them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. They absolutely deserve. Actually, I think we should give them another round of applause. Louder than that. Come on. You know, what's so smart to me was the women who are, they dance, they were gentle, even in this form. The louder, it's called the more elegant. Thank you very much, and I hope we shall get them a bit more later, or else Two-Face, get ready, my brother, I'm going to make you sing. My name is Alan Kasuja, and I shall be seeing you through this. You'll see me later. You'll see a lot of me. Scan that thing for me, will you? Now, when you scan it, that's what's going to show up. See that thing on the screen? You can ask a question, you can send a comment, and we want to hear from you. So, get scanning, get asking, get doing whatever. And I'm not going to overwhelm you too much and too much talk, but in a moment, throughout that presentation, and you will find out who she is in a moment.
Have just a moment where we recenter and just bring a moment of silence for all who have passed between us, because that's how my people greet each other every time, because every time people have passed.
This is a lot of it.
Thank you, everyone. Another war came crashing down on our bodies. The cut of a broken piece and the bite of a broken promise are the same, except with the first one, death follows and takes everyone around you. Back home, our skin is green because we're full of life, but a full life looks so different when it's poured out onto the rubble, rotting in the streets. Every university became a grave, every garden a final resting place. Our brothers and sisters fall faster than we can dig the holes. Bloodlines burned, singed to ash, soil to sand, to nothing, to dust. On the receiving end of a bullet is a mother, a little girl, a brother, a family, a home. Airstrikes Sakhoy, Dana, airstrikes Sakhoy, Dana. Blood in the streets of Khartoum and El Obeid. Blood in the wadis of Janana and El Fashir and Niala. Blood in the mountains of El Fashir, the pyramids of Marawi. Blood across the skies of our beautiful country, Sudan, Baladi, my love. Who did this to you?
Oh.
Who did this to you? Sudan, Baladi, my love, who did this to you? Who stripped you bare and turned all your children loose? The bodies fall, they don't stop, the killing starts, we don't run, hoping against hope that it's a mistake, that if we sit quiet and still enough to know that we're human, that we bleed the same blood, that we bleed the same blood. Who decides who lives or dies? My uncle Abdul Aziz walked home from prayer. The bomb soared down from above, took him and 4 neighbors away from us. Sunrise saw my cousin Ammar on the way to college. My uncle Ibrahim resting at home. Each found a bullet, each found an end. One on the first day, one on the second, another soon after. My uncle Ibrahim Ahmed lost his life when the hospitals shuttered. Became more dangerous than the disease that robbed him. I held my mother as we cried for her brother, for all of our people across Sudan. Our country, our families broke fast together one night and planned burials together by morning. The next day comes and there is nowhere to run. My country falls to pieces and my people go missing one by one. Roads covered, rubble still bleeding, sent to the bottom of a crater, reduced to a footnote in a world said to be in crisis. First orphans, now refugees. For the first time, the burning. See the buildings falling. See the fire flashing. Hear the people evaporating before our eyes. The hospitals filled with the wounded and our lungs filled with ash. Then the hospitals closed and the borders too. And the headlines named our killers, but not us. And the world keeps moving. And the people whisper it's a mystery. And their names turn to memories in our mouths. Their names turn to memories in our mouths. A country without its people. A people robbed of time. How can I explain what it's like to sleep and not wake up? Or to wake up and know that it happened again. We're oceans away, weeping, praying, screaming for our voices to be heard, dying for our lives, literally dying for our lives. Ended, but peace has never come. Who pulled the trigger? Who brought the bullets? Who sold the guns? Who decides who lives or dies? Who will stop the war? Who will bring the peace? Tell me how to make it stop. Tell me how to make it stop. Sudan, Baladi, who did this to you, my love? My country, can you hear me? My country, can you hear me? Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
سلام عدالة حرية سلام عدالة حرية سلام عدالة حرية سلام عدالة حرية سلام عدالة. Freedom, peace, social justice. These were the chants of Sudanese people just a couple of years ago. That's where the story begins. We almost felt that we will be a sweet mix of an Arab Spring and an Africa Rising making it. Let me be very honest. Even Rihanna tweeted about us at one point. I even got it tattooed. We thought that Sudan will be an example of a peaceful revolution giving the people what they want. But on the 15th of April, my country took a very deadly turn. Conflict started in Khartoum and then spread wildly across the country. My sister, Amal, who lived in Sudan, in Khartoum, called me on the 15th. Her voice was trembling, she was nervous, and she was saying to me, this feels different. There's too much gunshots, there's too much explosions. And I did what a lot of us in the diaspora do when we hear bad news from home. No, don't worry, inshallah, it's nothing. It's not gonna be a big deal. This is gonna be okay. Little did I know that 2 days later, the conversation shifted completely. On the 18th of April, my sister Amal, who is an amazing single mother, she's my eldest sister, she raised 3 beautiful daughters, an architect, a humanitarian and a social worker, and an artist. She left Sudan, and she became a displaced person. I didn't really understand what would that look like if it becomes so close to home. Yesterday, LinkedIn reminded me that I've been with UNHCR for 10 years. I told myself that I will tell the story of displacement with authenticity, truth, and creativity. But I never thought that the story of displacement would become my story, the story of my family, the story of my people, the story of our people. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters. My name is Omar Naeem, and I work with UNHCR. And today, I'm not really speaking to you as a humanitarian or a UNHCR staff. Today, I'm speaking to you as someone who has seen firsthand how within a second things can flip, and how within a second the world can turn upside down. I went into Sudan at the end of September. My job is to tell stories and to create content and material to tell the story of displacement. But I never really prepared myself to what I was going to witness when I went into Sudan. It was another work trip. I've been doing it for 10 years. But there was a moment when I went into the country, and then you feel the shadow of almost death across the different parts of the country, even when there were no violence. I met a lot of people. I met a lot of displaced Sudanese people and refugees. And I'm here today to share with you their stories and who they are. Sudan, before the conflict, hosted over 1 million refugees from different parts of Africa, from South Sudan, but also from Syria. And you will hear in the next couple of days how Africa actually have some of the most inclusive policies. I remember when the Syria crisis happened and Syrian refugees started arriving to Sudan, they were getting work permits, they were getting access to education. But what's happening in the country now is not only affecting Sudanese people, but it's also affecting refugees who have been living in Sudan. This is Hannah Wilson. Hannah is from South Sudan. She lives in Sangur refugee camp in the White Nile State. She's been in Sangur since 2019, and I have to admit this was the hardest interview or the hardest conversation that I've ever had in my career. Just to give you a context, Sangur camp was built to host 30,000 refugees. Now, it has 75,000 refugees. So you can imagine the facilities that were not even there at the beginning, and now they have to service almost double that account. From the mid of May to mid-September, 12,000 children died from measles and malnutrition. Hannah, her 2 children, 2 babies, died within weeks apart. I went back to the office and I was just thinking, and I was very angry actually. In 2023, why should babies still die from preventable diseases? Then I met Islam. Islam is a beautiful Ethiopian refugee who lived in Khartoum almost her life. She went to university, she was working part-time in a coffee shop. She came to Kuba camp to visit her grandmother, who's an Ethiopian refugee living in the camp on Thursday, right? So she left home on Thursday, came to see her grandmother, thinking back on Monday, I'm gonna go back to Khartoum and change my life. Well, she never returned. I asked her the questions that we humanitarians ask the people we serve. What are your hopes? What do you think will be different? Where do you see yourself? And there was that blank gaze of, I don't understand what you're asking me. I'm in a refugee camp now. No, but I have school to go back to. I love BTS. And I was like, you love BTS? What? K-pop? She was like, yeah, BTS. And she was just a normal young girl with normal hopes, normal dreams, not really understanding what has happened to her. I asked her, do you think your grandma saved you? Or you wish you never came? And she said, well, maybe I'll be dead if I didn't come. So when you look at someone who, for them, living in a refugee camp is a hope, then you can actually understand the severity of the situation. And I told Islam that I will tell her story to the world and maybe get her message to BTS. And that's how she, like most young girls in the world, loves K-pop. Then, sorry, just the slides. Islam was one of the people who I met that was very hopeful. Like she was, even though in a refugee camp. Then in another parts of White Nile State, in an area called Rabak, which Nada lives. Nada left Khartoum, came to an old school, so to speak, empty space, old school, sleeping on the floor with sheets as partitions between a family and another. She had a miscarriage because she was sleeping on the floor for a few days, and she was boiling some leaves. And I didn't really understand, I'm like, oh, what is this? And she's like, oh, I'm boiling some leaves so I can feed my children. Sudan, as many of you know, is one of the most fertile countries. I was just thinking, on the banks of the Nile, people don't have enough food that a mother is trying to tell herself, well, I can continue feeding my children because I can always boil these leaves. My spark of hope, to be honest, and I have to be very clear with you, that trip was the hardest I've ever done. And every night I will ask myself all the angry questions that we ask in the context of war. But then hope came, right? Because we feed on each other when it comes to hope. Then I met Isra and Nada, two young doctor graduates that left Khartoum, came to an area of White Nile to stay in their grandparents' house. And what did they do? They set up a free clinic in their home. And I was asking them, so how does it work? How do people come in? I got very what are the appointments mechanism? And she's like, no. This is an open clinic for people to come and get checked. Because in that part of Sudan now, malaria, cholera, and with the full destruction of the health system, chronic diseases, people don't have their medicine. But Isra and Nada gave me hope that, well, you know what? Things can get better. And if Sudan is made out of young women like this, we will be okay. Then there was Abdurrahim. Abdurrahim is a 21-year-old graduate from Wad Madani, which is 500 kilometers south of Khartoum, who turned their old school into a safe space for refugees and to internally displaced Sudanese that didn't have a place to go. It's all community-based. These young, beautiful men and women were serving their community with such grace, and we don't really want a handout. We don't want a handout. We want to be giving the possibility to help our own people. And in that time, I started getting a little bit of, well, actually, you know what? We will be okay. We will be okay. We will be okay. My best friend is an architect. His name is Mahmud Al-Qadi, and he used to live in Khartoum. And then one day, I was telling him, what are you going to do? And he said to me, Omar, everything that I built in Khartoum got destroyed. But that's what rebuilding is for. That's what rebuilding is for. You're going to hear a lot of numbers during the forum. I can tell you that within 6 months, a bit over 6 months, 7 million people in Sudan got displaced. But what I really want you to take is these 7 million people are individuals. They're Abdurrahim, they're Islam, they are Isra, they're my sister, right? Before coming here, my niece, Ru'a, who used to live in Khartoum, she wants to set up an NGO dealing with youth post-trauma. She said, oh, Uncle Omar, where are you going? I'm like, oh, I'm going to Accra for a forum on displacement in Africa. She goes like, oh, Uncle Omar, you're so cute. Do you think anybody really cares? And it kind of like stuck with me a little bit. And I was like, well, actually, yes. I will be in a room with the most brilliant minds in Africa, with the most brilliant individuals that you will meet in the next couple of days. Yesterday, I joined the Youth Forum. The Youth Forum was the peak of hope that got me very excited, and I got enough energy from it to last me probably for a lifetime. You will meet young refugees here, men and women, who are an example of their proof. If refugees are giving a chance, and that's why we're all here, isn't it? Are giving a chance, they will not just survive, but they will thrive. So I told her, no, I'm going to be in Ghana. Ghana, is one of the countries with the most inclusive policies to refugees. So thank you, Ghana, for hosting us here. I told her, UNHCR leadership is going to be here. Kelly, welcome. Colleagues, partners, we were all going to be in one room. And if anything can happen, and I'm being very frank with you, will happen in this room with the people in this room. So I just want to give a bit of hope to my niece, if you don't mind. If you believe that possibilities come from dedication and working together, please put your hands up. If you believe that in this room, after the forum, change is possible, then I'm going to ask you to put your hands up. If you believe that Africa can be, if you believe that we Africans have a role to play for our own continent, please put your hands up. I'm going to ask you to stand up, and I'm going to take a photo of the group, and I'm going to send it to my niece, Roa. And I'm going to be like, you know what? Yes, people do care. The world is getting into a dark place, but yes, people care, and here they are to at least try to create a bit of hope to my displaced niece. Thank you all very much. Yeah. Thank you all. And if you just welcome back to the stage, Emmy. Hi, Emmy. My sister, I am so proud of you. I need to make sure I said this right, because you all need to know how wonderful this young woman is.
I shouldn't have come up here. I can't do this.
So, world champion poet, activist, author, and UNHCR Global Goodwill Ambassador, Emmy Mahmud. Emmy is an advocate for refugees, as you all have seen from her amazing poem. I feel I know Emmy personally, and I just want to tell you that I've never seen a heart as big as Emmy. But at the same time, there's a lot of actual achievement that kind of like meet that heart. In 2018, Emmy walked for 1,000 kilometers for peace, Darfur to Khartoum, mobilizing thousands. At the same time, she's an independent advisor to the 2020 Juba Peace Talks, one of BBC's 100 most inspirational women, TED speaker, author, co-founder of International Cell, and the list goes on, by the way, but I'm just gonna go, Emmy. Hi. Why did you write this poem?
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much, Ahmad. I was like, I shouldn't have come up before the bio, when the bio is happening, but the reason, okay, I'll tell you why I wrote the poem. I think it's really important, though, to say what you said, that, you know, we're all Sudanese, and I think that's something that I'll talk about a little bit to explain why it is I choose poetry, right? So why did I write this poem? Why do I write any poem? Why do I choose poetry over and over again? I studied anthropology and molecular cellular developmental biology at Yale, and I got a certificate in global health. I'm a poet scientist, gonna be a poet doctor someday. The reason that I choose poetry is because I believe that if you speak to somebody politically, they'll respond politically. If you speak to them academically, they'll respond academically. If you speak to them with hate, they will respond with hate. But if you speak with your humanity, they're compelled to respond with their humanity. And that's why, for me, I wrote the poem, Sudan Baladi. Why I shared the poem, Sudan Baladi. The reason I wrote it is because I was trying just to cope with what was happening. Since April, I lost 6 family members. And that's not, you know, any different than anyone else in Sudan. We've lost so many people over time. But can you imagine, from April to now, losing 6 family members, literally 1 last month? Like, for me, it's just tough because it's preventable. So the reason I wrote the poem was to try and even cope or mourn with what was happening. But the reason I share it is because I want people to respond to us with their humanity. Thank you.
Thank you. I think coping is a very important word, coping with what we go through. And again, I really encourage all of you to speak to as many young refugees that you will meet in the forum, because they're coping of what happened to them and their reality, but at the same time, looking to empower themselves, not only themselves, but the displaced community in general, is a very admirable and a fantastic starting point for magic. I cope through my work. The lens protects me, so to speak, from what I see on the ground when I go and visit locations. But when I went to Sudan, what also helped me cope was seeing the work that has been happening on the ground in such a small scale because there's no funding. I can't remember the number, but I think you know, the Sudan emergency is less than 25% funded. But what gave me hope to cope is to see colleagues on the ground and UNHCR Sudanese colleagues who their country has been affected of this horrific war, but every morning they get up and do their best of what we have. That includes providing shelter, education, livelihood possibilities post the war. I think was important for you guys to know that as UNHCR, we always think about what's next, right? So now there's how do we deal with people now, but then how do we go step further and what we can do next. And in Sudan, UNHCR colleagues are doing that on a day-to-day basis. I'm going to ask you like a little sort of tricky question slightly. You've done remarkable things in the world. You've mashallah, yani, you've done wonderful work. Where do you get your hope from? I know it's a tricky question, but I think I need to hear it. Where do you get your hope from?
It is not a tricky question. I say this because as a friend and a brother to me, you know that I get my hope from my family, my younger siblings. My youngest sister is 7 years old. Her name is Muntaha, and she doesn't know anything about the genocide. She doesn't know about the history of Sudan. She doesn't know that this is the millionth of so many struggles that our people have been through. And the hope that I get is from the fact that we're not just speaking for the future, but the future is already here. As you mentioned, the people on the ground, and you know, I was watching the screens and all of the beautiful like callbacks to 2019, and you know, the peace walk that I did was with youth. It was just the young people are saying that we don't want to fight your wars anymore. What we want is we want change, and we want lasting, sustainable change. as somebody, like I said, with all the different, academia or whatever it is, I've heard this word constantly in these spaces, brain drain. They say that, oh, no one is in Africa anymore. Like I hear this all the time. Everybody leaves. All of the intelligence is being drained out of the continent. And then I say, have you been to the continent? Have you been to Sudan? Have you seen what is happening? And the reality is that what's really happening is that the narratives that are being told do not include or humanize or even, show the most admirable sides of everything that we do. The reality is that you're not just giving opportunities to refugees when you support refugees. You're setting a world standard of what we will deem as acceptable. Do we think as a world that it's okay for people to be forced from home and to just languish in squalor when all of this potential is being wasted if we're not supporting? What is the standard that we're going to be set? That's the hope where the hope comes from for me. It comes from family, it comes from the youth, I say the youth even though I'm a youth, but it comes from Gen Alpha or whatever. It comes from just knowing that the fire that you hear in me or in my poetry is totally normal all across Sudan, because my people are just like that. And with the hope from everyone in this room and just being African in general, I think it means a lot to me.
Thank you. I think on that note about being African, about being here together, about hope, about possibilities, about the willingness to listen and learn and adapt and have a collective voice, that's really the only way we can achieve the change that we need. So I want to thank you, and if you want to add anything,
yes,
please do.
Thank you so much. I was going to say that I just want to reiterate something that you said earlier. You said that we're less than I think we're about 27% funded both inside and outside. A lot of people ask me why UNHCR and what it is that we do. And I think what's really important to say is that in those first moments of displacement, in the first moments where conflict happens, in the first moments where peace completely falls apart, and I say this in the poem, my country wars have ended, but peace has never come. There are laws and there are protections that are in place all around the world, but they're not executed, right? So there's this quote that I love that says, equality is here, it's just not equally distributed. So one of the things that we need, or the reason that we need all of this support, is because life-saving equipment, life-saving, first responder type stuff, and a lot of the work for displacement. Can you imagine having to deliver what's needed? And you said it so brilliantly with all of the beautiful stories that you shared, the harrowing stories. Imagine if you've seen what refugees can do with such limited resources, imagine what they can do with everything in this room. And I actually want to end with a poem. It'll be for my little sister and for your niece, so you can go ahead. Thank you so much. A surprise treat. So I was talking to Nancy, and I was saying, Nancy, what is it, if there's one thing that we could do to really just leave people with, to really drive them to act? And she said hope, and that was so beautiful that you said that, and it means a lot to me. And we'll ask you one more question at the end again, who here is to support Sudan? So if you believe it in the end, just stand up after you hear this poem. This poem is called, it's untitled still, but you'll understand what it's about. And this is for all of the people of Sudan, all of the people who are suffering around the world right now. It's for refugees, it's for the future that we can usher in together. And I mean this a lot, and I know there was so much anger before, but the anger is just from frustration of knowing that we can make a difference. So inshallah, the next time that we meet, next year at this forum, I want to know what progress we made between here and then for Sudan and for all of our people. Okay, here goes. Are you ready? I don't know if you're ready. Are you ready? Okay. Everyone hates being a teenager, but can you imagine being a teenager in a place like this? Displaced, dispossessed, and disenchanted. My sense of self put on the line in the cruelest way, at the most vulnerable age. The uncle says, if you grow up and marry someone outside of your tribe, your children will not belong to us. They will belong to someone else. Your brothers can, but you never. The finality of the word never. Why, I manage. I feel the fire of protest die in my belly as he answers. Because you're a girl. Because you're a girl? The words he didn't say cut just as deeply as those he did. Because you're a girl, you can't. Because you're a girl, speak less. Because you're a girl, be humble, be soft. But if you speak up, you're too soft or too hard. And if you want more out of life, then you are greedy, selfish, ungrateful. You are lucky enough just to be alive or acknowledged. So don't question it because you are a girl. I grew more silent with each next word that he spoke. It's lucky, really, that your parents have a son, he says. His words cast shackles across my skin as I begin to mourn all of the matriarchs in my family tree. My very name, Imtithal Ibrahim Imam Mahmud Hassan, an homage to all of my fathers and their fathers, a testimony of invisible mothers denied their rightful place both in practice and in our own memories. Me, a firstborn daughter denied of her own self-worth, holding back tears I did not know were existential. Girl echoes through my mind like the filthy word. I begin to distance myself from the notion. I felt the heart of each firstborn daughter and secondborn and third. I felt I should cry. I felt the spirit in me yell with rage. My body shook and my hands did too. I looked at him and I laughed heartily. You don't know anything. Dura mater, I said. Tough mother, the outermost membrane of the human brain, just below the skull, and the only thing standing between you and oblivion. You still want to tell me that you can tell girls what to do? I hid behind science to take away the sting of what he'd said, leaning on that tough mother, strong enough to fight the exterior, yet thorough enough to protect the contents within. I became the dura mater, shielding myself from hurt, from words that sting and cut and maim, keeping true to the contents within. The heart of a woman is strong, but the voice of a little girl couldn't stand up to him as I can now. If he had dared to speak to me now, as I am, as a dura mater I am now, if he had dared say those words to me now, and not at that vulnerable age, I would have turned to the heavens, lifted my hands in prayer. I would have called on every one of my hidden mothers. I would have said to his eternal awe, give me a daughter. Give me a daughter to change the world. Give me a daughter to shake the room with her voice. Give me a daughter to break tradition, to take up space, to make good trouble. Give me a daughter to break every ceiling, climb every mountain, wade through the noise of doubt and trepidation just by the strength of being heard. Give me a daughter to speak not only when spoken to be not only when asked to succeed not only when permitted to. Give me a daughter so she can take her rightful place as a full and unencumbered equal on this planet among 4 billion other daughters taking their place and leading us into a limitless future. Give me a daughter like Mother Earth. Give me a daughter like Maryam and Khadija. Give me a daughter like Venus, like a planet so gorgeous it shines brighter than all the stars in the sky, and so deadly its atmosphere can melt even metal. And yet still, there are countless sonnets, books, and poems written about her. Give me a daughter who'll write her own sonnets, books, and poems about her. Give me a daughter who'll be her own historian, who'll write her own story. In any form she chooses, who'll walk the path she pleases, who won't belong to anyone but herself. Give me a daughter that she may never know the pain of dispossession or displacement, or the sting of the words no or never, or you are not strong enough, or you are not quiet enough, or you talk too much, or you don't talk enough, or you're too pretty, or you're not pretty enough, or you're too smart, or you're not smart enough, or you're too much and you're not enough. Give me a daughter who'll never fully understand what it is I'm saying here because she will not have lived that experience of inequality. Give me a daughter who'll say, because you're a girl, people really used to say that. Give me a daughter so she can dream higher than even all the dreams my mothers gave to me, than even the dreams that I will give to her. Give me a daughter so I can raise her to be all that she wants to be. And when she cries, let me be there to hold her. And when she laughs, let me be there to listen. And when she lives, let me be there to celebrate every waking moment. To every daughter, born or chosen, seen or unseen, future or present, lift your head up. Your crown is slipping. Give me a daughter, give me a daughter, give me a daughter so humanity can succeed. I never saw that man again, But when I told my parents, they too laughed. And my father said, "Come here." We all sat together and learned all of the names of the matriarchs in the family. Not just my mother's, but my grandmother's and my aunts and great aunts too. He had memorized every name. My mother too. Amira, Halima, Hawa, Amna, Loretta, Asha, Lulu. You are and always will be enough. You, my child, are the best thing that ever happened to me. Thank you, everyone. Hope for Sudan. Hope for Sudan. Thank you.
Shall we give them both another round of applause? That was a very powerful session. Very powerful session indeed. Again, another round of applause, please. You know, that's a trick that we use when we don't know what to say next. We say another round of applause. Anyway, thank you. Thank you to Omar. Thank you to Emmy for that very powerful presentation. You've humanized a story that I have told so many times. And when you talked about your colleagues in UNHCR doing this important work, I remembered a conversation I had with one of them who told me in tears that, you know, this for me is a deeply personal experience. It's not just a thing that I read about in the papers. These are my people, these are my brothers, these are my sisters. So I honor you two very much for your important work. Ladies and gentlemen, that QR code on the back, have you done it? Everybody done it? Come on, guys. Everybody done it? Okay, if you haven't, please scan it, and you'll have an opportunity. If you don't know what it's going to do, take a look at this video. Yeah, you can type your name, call yourself whatever, and ask your question. Make a comment, send an emoji, clap, show some love. Whatever it is. I think those are the only two emojis we want, right? Whatever it is. So please scan it and let's put it to use. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce to you the co-conveners of this very important forum. First of all, I'd like to introduce you to Mr. Isaac Kwaku Fokuo from Amahoro Coalition. Isaac, please stand up. I'd also like to introduce you to Nancy Aburi from UNHCR. Last and by no means least, Julianne Euler from Inkomoko.
What would you like us to do, Alan?
Do whatever you want to do. This is your time. First of all, if you can tell me what we are doing here, that would be a very good start. You called us, we've shown up. So what are we doing here?
Okay. Julian, would you like to explain to us how we found ourselves here?
Thanks, Nancy. Thanks, Isaac. And thank you all. Thank you all for coming. Thanks, Emmy. Thanks, Mahmud, for starting us out. You know, yesterday when we were at the Solutions Forum, several people mentioned just how powerful it was to be in a room, of this room in particular, because so often when we do this work, supporting people who have been forcibly displaced, it's very easy to feel alone. And for the people in the room yesterday and for the people in the room today, it's very clear that we are not alone. But when the three of us started to do our work, we were actually doing this work independently. But it was back in 2019 when the three of us met at the Global Refugee Forum in Geneva that Nancy, you, and Isaac had an idea. Had an idea so that we were no longer alone when we were talking about private sector solutions in this space. So Isaac, why don't you tell us about that idea that you had and how we ended up here?
Thanks, everyone. I tell people that I talk a lot and I talk very fast. And I don't know what to say. Thank you for coming, and thank you for honoring us with your presence. Thank you for the amazing introduction and for the start of this forum. How did we end up here? By telling stories. We ended up here, we are here because at some point in our journeys, we decided to have a conversation. And to those of you in the room who don't believe in the power of conversations, this is evidence that conversations do matter. This is evidence that dialogue does make a difference. You know, I'm a private sector individual, never worked in human insurance space before. And in 2018, I was approached by Nancy, to my right, and Ambassador Afe, who was a special envoy for the Horn of Africa. And they asked a very simple question. They said, we need to raise money to educate refugees at the tertiary level. And I said, why? You're the UN, you have money. Why are you asking me? And I won't go with the details, but at some point, I almost became a student where one of the things that became very clear to me is that as an African who believed that he was woke, I know what's happening, I'm in the halls with, you know, African big boys and girls, I had no idea how much of what was happening on the continent, especially as it related to me and what I could do about it. And I had no idea that a lot of us as private sector actors were not even in this conversation. So this conversation started with education and dialogue and information. I didn't know the difference between asylum seeker and refugee. I didn't know anything about 36 million. So I knew nothing. But eventually, at some point, 100 CEOs showed up in a room in Nairobi to have this conversation, which led to 2019 us going to Geneva together. And I'd known Julian for a little bit. I'd known Nancy, who was now my teacher, my guru when it comes to refugee issues. And we went to dinner. We had drinks. We had fun. That's why we do this way. In that environment of dinner and fun and dialogue, we decided that we could do something. And actually, there's Sarah Lynn, who was in the crowd. Sarah Lynn from Equity Foundation was also there. There are a few other people. And that's how they started. And here we are.
And so for me, the turning moment was the Global Refugee Forum in 2019. And seeing the presence of, or the lack of presence actually, of the African private sector in the room. And I remember the moment when several of us, you've mentioned Sarah Lynn, Chris Ananu, I think, is also here. Julie Gishuru is here. Terianne Chebet, who is probably not in the room, and Nida, my colleague Nida. That was probably about, and Barakat. Barakat is also here in the room. So that was the group of people from the African continent that represented private sector at the Global Refugee Forum. I remember where we were standing the moment when somebody challenged us, and I see Sarah Lynn nodding. I remember the moment we were challenged and asked, what are we going to do on the African continent? How are you going to make sure that the next time we come to GRF, we have a bigger representation from the African private sector? And then we went to dinner. And at dinner, we then had that brainstorm and said, what is it? How are we going to do this? And so I feel that as we tell stories and as we tell the journey where we have come from, it's really important also to acknowledge and to listen. We're very proud as UNHCR to have met these two partners who were willing to convene this with us. Because what that has meant for us is that we have also listened to what the African private sector said they wanted. We have listened through you, our partners. You went out and spoke to those 100 CEOs, and you brought us the feedback. And one of the key things we heard is that when you organize your events the way you organize them in the UN, and you give us long speeches and you speak to us all day, we don't really know how to engage. So then we said to our partners, can you help us do this better? So this is the outcome of listening and creating a table on the African continent where different stakeholders can come together, discuss an issue, create awareness, and build a movement, and therefore invite different mindsets, different ideas and solutions to the table. That, for me, is the story of how we end up here. And then the conversation also became very personal for me as a daughter of this continent to say, really, we know that there's so many opportunities for refugees and for those who are displaced on our own continent, and then we find those solutions. So then a question back to you, our co-conveners. What has that journey been like? What are some of the highlights or challenges since 2019 to Kigali in 2021, and here we are in 2023?
Journey's been great. I mean, like all journeys, we've had moments of growth, as I call them. But I think perhaps one of the biggest highlights for me during this journey was in 2021, when we decided to have the first forum in Kigali. This was during COVID. The world was shut down. And we're all very nervous. I remember September, October, we're just like, is this gonna happen? We started organizing this event, and then Omicron reared its head a day before the forum opened. And I'm like, guys, no one's gonna show up. No one's gonna show up. we had people, and I believe we had people taking the last flight out of Johannesburg to come to Rwanda.
With the director.
And I have to say, I have to give kudos to the government of Rwanda, because the government of Rwanda came through big. They came through big to partner with us when things were not looking so great. They stood by our side. The UNHCR stood by our side. Kelly flew all the way from Geneva to come. And then it started. And then we had these partners. We had Mastercard Foundation was in the room. Hilton guys were in the room. But then people showed up. 200 leaders showed up in the middle of a pandemic in Africa to have this conversation. Another 600 were streaming this conversation over the last 2 days, over those 2 days. And that told us something. And I think perhaps that's one of the biggest highlights. And I think the other highlight that I want to say is to give credit is the power of this relationship. You know, a lot of times in Africa, everyone wants to be the big person in the room. You know, Julian runs a fantastic organization. She didn't need to partner with us. Inkomoko is doing just fine. They are all over the continent. They're doing amazing. They raise their own money. I do what I do. Nancy does what she does. And I want to give credits to co-conveners for the humility in saying that, guys, let's do this together. Let's do this in partnership. Let's do this as people who care about this topic, and let's do it with a level of mission and responsibility to the continent. So I think those are some of our highlights.
Yeah, it's interesting, the power of the coalition, right? The power of this convening, the power of also just asking. You know, one of our partners in Ethiopia, he runs the second largest commercial bank in the country. He himself has experienced displacement, as have many people, you know, in his family. And we invited him to a private sector event on World Refugee Day in Addis. And he said, this is the first time that I, as a banker, have ever attended a humanitarian event. And I asked him why. And he said, because never before have I been invited. And that was it. It was, he had such desire. He actually had so many solutions from his financial institution. And if the barrier was not being invited, that also demonstrates just the importance of this conversation, of this convening, and for all of us in this room to extend this conversation to our networks, to extend this conversation to our private sector partners, to people who we might assume aren't interested, but who have just not been asked. Right? And Isaac, you mentioned, you know, over 200 people showed up in Kigali. I think over 500 people are showing up here in Ghana. And it just speaks to the fact that when we have the power of the collective, that we can actually start to see tremendous movement. And I think in some ways, the idea of eight people from Africa's private sector representing at the Global Refugee Forum 4 years ago, and the millions of solutions that will be coming to Geneva in December is, I think, just how far we've come in such a short amount of time because people here showed up. And thank you for showing up.
Thank you. And the highlight for me is the same also. And I think it's, for me specifically, it's also how this table is expanding, the different stakeholders that are coming to the conversation. When we started, at least in my job is to mobilize African private sector at UNHCR. So we were thinking private sector. And then very quickly we realized, actually we cannot have those conversations if it is only private sector. So the fact that we have faith-led organizations here as well, faith leaders, we have governments represented, and civil society as well. So this table needs to be a multi-stakeholder table for us to really discuss solutions. And we heard yesterday also challenges from the youth forum that we need to include even more of these stakeholders to the table. So that's been my highlight for me, but I also think an area that we need to all continue working on together so that we can make this forum a place where all the stakeholders that can work together to have solutions can come to discuss those solutions and chart a way forward. I think another highlight for me was having the support from my organization to actually do this. We have had the support of our Deputy High Commissioner since Kigali. She is also here. She's a huge advocate and a champion. And when you're trying to do something differently in an organization like ours, this is not to be taken for granted, that she really believes in what we are doing and supports what we are doing and takes it to heart. So thank you very much. Thank you, Kelly. And also thank you to our directors for allowing us to come and have you dance in Kigali. You mentioned Omicron. If it wasn't for our director from Southern Africa, we probably wouldn't have been able to do that. And I say this because truly it's a different, you can see we're also changing our own UN and how we work through events and forums like this. And I see very many of my colleagues nodding. So that's been a highlight for me. I thank you for being co-conveners. It's been a pleasure and really fun working with you both. And I hope we do many, many more of this. And thank you to all of you for turning up. This morning, I was a bit nervous when I walked in. It looked a bit empty. And I was told, relax. You will be running full by tea break. This is how we do it. So I also love that we do this the African way, and we understand that we do it that way.
So thank you for that, Nancy. But what I love about this group is also that it's not just talk, right? I mean, we've talked today, and Emmy brought it back first thing this morning. These are solutions, right? We are busy people, okay? But we're not just coming to a conference just to hear, to be inspired. That is a major part of it. But we need to walk away here knowing exactly what we can do. So Isaac, having talked to so many CEOs, having talked to so many people who have incredible ideas, for somebody in the room right now who is learning about these issues for the first time, what is something that they can take away from this so that they can go back into their business, they can go back into their foundation, and they can start to change the way that they think about their engagement with the issues that we're talking about?
Sure, no, thanks for that, Julian. Look, I think, first of all, when we were in Kigali in 2021, I think the number was 36 million solutions. That was the theme. 36, right? And today we are at 44 million, 45 million. And like Omar said, these are individuals. These are people with faces and aspirations and dreams and hopes. We live in a continent where, you mentioned that multi-stakeholder thing. A lot of events in Africa go something like this. And I'm not going to name names. Business leaders get together and talk about business stuff. Okay. Humanitarian guys come and talk NGO stuff. Creative guys talk creative stuff. And everyone is in this fragmented space talking about stuff. And yet, we don't seem to solve anything. We solve some things, but it's almost like boiling a little bit of water. And I think one of the things that's unique about this thing that we're doing here is that, for me at least, it's the first time that we're having all these multi-stakeholder conversations. And to your question, Julian, for private sector actors, this is a very simple conversation. So I categorize this, I have it in 2 or 3 categories. Category number 1, if you are the CEO who doesn't care, you just want to make money, shareholder value, you don't care about this stuff at all. Well, look at it this way. It's an investment. Because you cannot tell me, currently there are over 400 African companies with revenues of $1 billion. That's not little. It's projected in the next 10 years or so, we're going to have 42% growth in millionaires on the continent. You have $2.1 trillion in private capital on this continent. There's money on the continent. Alaji Dangote, Trivers, there are many people on the continent who have money in different strategies. The question is, how do you use the money to work for you? And part of the way you use the money to work for you is invest in new markets. Well, how do you do that when a bunch of the countries on the continent where you work are not stable? And the people who are there, who are your talent, who are your human capital, are not there. So how can you tell me this is a humanitarian conversation? It's an investment conversation. It's a very direct, real conversation about business. You talked about Sudan. Sudan has 6 or 7 countries bordering it. So Sudan and Ethiopia are very pivotal in that part of Africa. The Horn of Africa is one of the most important geopolitical spots on the continent. If Sudan fails, and Sudan for a very long time, University of Khartoum has had the most amazing graduates. Some of the best intellectuals on this continent came from Sudan. If we don't take care of that, what is this Agenda 2063? If we don't take care of that, what is this Africa Rising? What is McKinsey piece on Africa Rising and billionaires and trillionaires? So for those CEOs, that's why you should care. Let's say you don't care, right? And also, for those who care, I tell them the following. You know, everyone has a poison. Some is gender, some is whatever. This is my poison. This is where I'm at. But you know what's beautiful about this conversation is that whatever you care about, it's in this space. You care about climate is displaced people. You care about gender, okay. You care about whatever you care about, you can make this part of your ESG strategy. And it's more comprehensive. It's holistic. It makes sense. It's not linear. And then finally, you should care because you're African. Because ultimately, the only people in this world who are going to move the needle, everyone talks about this youth dividend 2050, New York Times had a big article. It means nothing if 45 million Africans don't have a place to call home. It means nothing when our brothers and sisters cannot be educated, they can't go to school, they can't access education, they can't access anything. What does that really mean? That's my pitch, usually. There's more to it, but I'll stop. That's what I tell. So if you're in this room, you're private sector, here are some reasons why you should care. And for your companies, please talk to your directors, please talk to your CEOs, and help them understand why this matters. And we're not asking for money. We like money. We're asking for other things too. Provide jobs, provide internships, help provide things that are even aligned with the strategy at a company, because those things are also aligned with the things that we care about.
Yeah, I mean, it just makes good business sense. Right? When there are 44 million people who are future consumers, people who have experiences that more and more people, unfortunately, will have, right? This is our future, right? And we have to find ways to get involved today, because it makes, when the right thing and the smart thing are the same thing, then it becomes really easy. So, Nancy, before we turn it over to the next group, what is sort of one of the solutions that you saw yesterday that you think can be amplified by everyone in this room?
I'm gonna say all of them. All of them. But I think the one that really spoke to me was the one about changing the narrative and the stereotype and being at the table. And I think, really inspired by Emmy's words this morning, because I think that's one of the things as a continent, what we put out there and how we shape the narrative and how we challenge sometimes the stereotypes helps us solve for so many of the other problems, helps us be seen as an equal at the table when solutions are being discussed, and so it helps address so many of the other things. So for me personally, that's the one that really, really speaks to me, but I would say we have solutions for all of them. Every problem has a solution.
And if we may, before we hand over, if we can just take 2 minutes to take stock of what happened between Kigali and now, because you mentioned that this is great, but this is where it starts. So maybe we can share a little bit about the progress that's been made since 2021 and the commitments we've seen. So the first commitment that I'd like to mention is that people showed up again today. That's a good thing, right? That's a fantastic thing. That's an output that we can measure. People showed up, and that's wonderful. But beyond that, in Kigali, we had one of our partners who a few of them are going to talk later, commit the following: commit to providing preferential procurement to refugee businesses. He's done that. He committed to doing about $1 million in credit for medical screening for refugees. He's done some of that. Last June, we had 500 refugees at Aflao in a partnership with CarePoint, which is a healthcare company in Ghana, M-Pharma, which is a company in Ghana, so EcoBank, Brave Foundation, UNHCR, screening refugees for health, and then not just screening, but also providing medical services. That's happened. We've had people who also committed to work in the creative industry with people. Baba, who is sitting right in front of us, was one of our selection committee partners for the Amahoro Fellowship, and he's been committed to this conversation and been following us and working with us over the last 2 years. That's another commitment that came to bear. As a result of what happened, as we speak at Amahoro Coalition, we currently have we started with 80 CEOs, not 100, 80 CEOs. We now have talked to over 250 CEOs, and as we speak today, we have commitments for about 1,000 potential jobs for refugees. And those are some of the things that have happened since Kigali. Just this week, we had dinner with some CEOs from Ghana about 2 days ago. MTN was in the room, a few people in the room, and people made commitments. And over the next 2 days, we're going to ask you to make commitments. I mean, this is not a free lunch. Right? We're going to ask you to make commitments. But I want to say that because let's not think this is just great conversations and people feel good. That's wonderful. But we are also aiming for something. And thank you for everyone in the room who's been able to do that with us.
So, Isaac, if I can just summarize what you said, is that when Africa private sector is engaged, 1, we show up, 2, we commit, and 3, we deliver. So I think for that, let's get to work.
If I may, Julian, also from the UNHCR side, many commitments made at 2021 in Kigali that have also come through. Open Society Foundation, South Africa, implementing the pledge. Safaricom, back here today again, and I know they have now even a more concrete pledge as well. We have Equity Bank too. We have our partners at Mastercard Foundation as well, who we continue to work with. So yeah, a lot of pledges as well from our side that have been carried through since 2021. So I think thank you. It's time now for us to let the conversation carry on. What are we hoping to see the next 2 days? Or for today and tomorrow, sorry.
Well, what I'm hoping for is more. Just more, right? More conversations, more solutions, more engagements, more commitments. And if anybody is struggling to figure out what to do, just come find us. Actually, turn to your neighbor. Right? All of the problems that we have solutions that already exist in the room. And together we can do it. But, I would have to say, it's time for us to hear from the people who have some big, big pledges to make, some big goals, some big asks. So I think we turn it over to them and we get it going.
Let's get going. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you very much to Isaac, to Nancy, and to Julianne for that very incisive conversation. And thank you very much indeed. We are almost going for coffee, don't worry about it. Don't worry too much. I just want to introduce to you now our next speaker, and it's going to be Professor Kenneth Agyemang Atafwa, who is the chairman of the Ghana Refugee Board. Let's give Professor a round of applause as he comes out.
Thank you. The Deputy High Commissioner of the UNHCR, Ms. Kelly Clements, Regional Director for Southern Africa, UNHCR, Mr. Valentin Tapsoba, refugees, Country Representative of the UNHCR Ghana, Ms. Esther Kuregu, Executive Secretary of the Ghana Refugee Board, Mr. Tete Paddy, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Let me first welcome you, all of you, to this August gathering. I believe I add my voice to the chorus of voices that have said Akwaba to many of you and especially to those of you visiting Ghana, our beautiful country, for the first time. I do hope you find some time to spend time to see a bit of Ghana and to see how we live our lives and to get some experience about the Ghanaian way of life before you depart. It is indeed an honor for Ghana to host the second edition of this timely and important forum. I'm honored to be called upon as a representative of the government of the Republic of Ghana to participate in this important forum on displacement. The government of Ghana considers it extremely important that we all ensure that the vulnerable in society are taken care of properly, that their fundamental human rights, the rights to dignity and respect, are upheld, that they are not left behind. To this end, provision is made through the program, the implementation of the Livelihood Empowerment Against Poverty program. This is a program that seeks to ensure that the most vulnerable in society are supported to enable them meet their most basic needs in dignity and respect. Similarly, Ghana has always endeavored to strenuously ensure the inclusion of refugees in our society. We have a history of hosting refugees that dates back to the 1960s during the struggle for independence in many African countries. Examples include the likes of President Robert Mugabe of blessed memory and others who sought refugee status in Ghana. The proverbial Ghanaian hospitality has frequently been referenced in this important regard. I cannot think of a better time for bringing in the private sector and partnering with them in ensuring the inclusion of refugees. Given the unprecedented number of displaced persons there are around the world now, clearly, traditional donor sources of funding for the UNHCR are now simply overstretched. It is indeed time for all of us to come together to do our bit to ensure that nobody is left behind. We do not invite the private sector without walking the talk. Ghana has spent a lot of resources in the areas of education and health, and indeed many other sectors, to ensure that displaced persons are not marginalized. Critically, we have contributed significantly to finding durable solutions for protracted refugee situations. I'm happy to report that the government of Ghana waived 90% of the fee for indefinite residence permits for former Ivorian refugees. It is only one example of the many things we do to improve the lot of displaced persons. Let me conclude, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, by congratulating the sponsors of this timely and important forum, Amahoro and the UNHCR and Inkomoko, and indeed all those who have contributed to making this occasion possible. I wish all of us a very successful second edition of the Africa Forum on Displacement. I trust that we will build excellently on the exceptional results we obtained in Kigali. I thank you for your kind attention. Good morning.
Let's give him a round of applause. So my name is Alan Kasuji, again, as I said moments ago. They're putting up chairs because I'll be talking to the Deputy High Commissioner in a moment. We'll have a little conversation about what's happening. And it's really good to be here. I see Jerusalem there. Jerusalem, by the way, Isaac, if you don't know, I think you should get her number. She's the country representative for African Development Bank. So a lot of very important people here today. to have an important engagement, and I like that it's driven by a need to find solutions. I see Two-Face here, Baba. Please stand up, brother, please stand up. Let's give this man a round of applause. Yeah, man. First time I saw this man in Uganda, he introduced us to the African Queen, he sang about the African Queen, and I think we need to celebrate him as well. Lots of important people here. Hey, Julie Gishuru from Mastercard Foundation doing a lot of important work. Let's give her a round of applause. Who else is important that I might have forgotten? How many countries are represented here today? Uganda? I'm disappointed. Uganda? Let's do that one more time. Come on, guys. Let's set them. Uganda? Let's give them a round of applause. Burundi. Uganda is winning so far. Congo. Uganda is still in #1. Kenya. Uganda is still #1. That's how elections happen, right? It's the man who calls the results who decides who's the winner. Any other country? Ethiopia. Round of applause. Sudan. Those are warriors, man. Some of the best storytellers I've ever encountered come from Sudan. When you're talking to someone and interviewing them, trying to get the stories out, you want a Sudanese person to tell you that story. Let's give them a round of applause. And let's also recognize the presence of our faith leaders. Let's give them a round of applause. Here's the thing, here's the fact that I learned the other day. Faith leaders, faith organizations across Africa are the biggest supporters, probably are some of the biggest supporters. Is that the right? Some of the biggest supporters of displaced people on the continent. So it's not a fluke that we are represented by Christians, Muslims, Sikhs, because they are involved in trying to find a solution. Okay, I was just buying time so the chairs could come up. Let's... No, not yet, not yet. Okay, how many Ghanaians are here? Uganda is still winning. Please. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give Kelly Clements a round of applause. I know someone made some notes, Kelly. You saw the notes, did you not?
I saw the notes.
Yeah.
Thanks.
And thank you. I mean, I worked a lot, put in a lot of work. But we just agreed to have a conversation, right?
Indeed.
Just to talk. What's wrong with her microphone? Could we fix that, please? Thank you. Right. How are you?
I have to say, Alan, I am filled with emotion this morning. We had an incredible kickoff yesterday. Incredible. The youth during the day yesterday, the 360 solutions that they identified. Last night, being filled outdoors with energy, drive, compassion. This morning, unbelievable start to our morning with Emmy and Amahoro, and our incredible hosts from Ghana. But you know what I woke up this morning to? And I want to come back. Maybe Sudan's a bit of a theme today. One of my team members is in Rank, which is at the very tip of South Sudan. It's right on the border. And the last 2 days, in each day, 3,000 both Sudanese and South Sudanese returnees have crossed the border.
Into South Sudan.
Into South Sudan. So these are South Sudanese that weren't ready to go back. But then, as we heard this morning, war broke out, and the conflict is going to that part of Sudan now.
Let's just contextualize that.
Exactly.
You got displaced out of South Sudan,
Yes.
forced into Sudan,
Yes.
and now because of what's happening in Sudan,
They have to go back. They're coming with almost nothing. They are sleeping, trying to sleep under shrubs. They're trying to find water and food. And you've got communities, and we talked this morning with the faith leaders about how the communities are the frontline responders when refugees and displaced.
What does that mean when communities respond? How do they respond?
They come with packs of biscuits for kids. They come with something for a child to wear. They come with a little bit of food, whatever they have. And we know all over the world that those first responders, those communities, they're the ones that are on the front lines.
And it's mostly mothers and children that are impacted, yes. Women and children
yes.
that are impacted, and they need special care. They need specific care for them.
They do. Globally, we're talking about 80% women and children. And a large number of them are women who perhaps have lost their partners, their spouses, their husbands, and they're coming with many children that are dependent on them. We also, unfortunately, see children that are coming on their own. And all of this means, and again, I come back to being very mixed emotions. We are on one side in this position, and I so appreciate, the words of our co-conveners this morning. Isaac, the UN is not well funded.
I was going to say, Isaac seemed to suggest, no, and this is exactly the point to make here. The demand, they were talking about the growth in numbers from the last time they convened. There's been a huge leap. And suddenly you find yourself with growing numbers. You're not even talking about what's happening in other parts of the world. And I have to wonder how your resources are looking at the moment. Do you have money?
A little bit. We are in a place, and some of you that joined us last night heard me talk about the statement that the High Commissioner made to the Security Council. And last week he spoke to the member states to say, we are at the breaking point. We have a world situation where leaders cannot get along, where civilians are caught in the middle, and people must run. We have partners that are performing heroic work, and many of those partners are here with us, trying to find those solutions. We need the kind of support to be able to help those families that are crossing into rank, that are returning prematurely with almost nothing. It is a broad group that will help us do that. And that's why a forum like this is so important. It was mentioned by Isaac this morning. Last time we met, 36 million people on this continent. Now 44 million. We're not making progress in terms of finding peace. Peace, of course, will help to solve those problems, will help to allow people to go home. But until that's possible, we have to include them. We have to welcome them.
I want to take a sort of drone view and take a look at the continent. What are you seeing when you look around? I know you talked about 44 million. You've zeroed in on Sudan as being one of the trouble spots. But where else are the problems? What else are you seeing in West Africa? What are you seeing in East Africa? Where else? In the Horn of Africa? What are you seeing?
Across the continent, we see troubled spots, including north of Ghana and the coastal countries now that are also feeling the impact of what's happening in Burkina Faso and in Mali. We will have a chance the next couple of days to go north, where Ghana has graciously welcomed 15,000 Burkinabe. And they're coming from conflict. They're coming from situations that are quite horrific in terms of the inability for civilians to live peacefully.
I just want one of the microphone people to get the chairman of the Refugee Board a mic as quickly as possible, please, because that's a very important point you're making. I'd like to hear what sort of response is in place from Ghana, because it's critical that we understand how countries are responding to situations. If we can get a microphone up front, that would be really good. So what is that relationship like between UNHCR and Ghana? How is that collaboration playing out?
So a very close collaboration, and for many years, as the chairman said earlier, in terms of the Burkinabe is not the first population that they have supported. They've supported Ivorians, they've supported Togolese, they've supported Liberians. And over time, and again, it's not to bring the house down, there have been solutions. And as the chairman said, some haven't been integrated into this country, others have been given the right to work, to be able to put their kids in school, to seek health care. But this is a fresh emergency. These are new refugees that need a lot of support.
Professor, what are you doing at the moment to support? Is it going to the professor to respond, or?
Yes, I will let the executive secretary.
Yes, sir, please, please. Yeah, what is happening at the moment in the north, and how are you responding to that?
Thank you, Prof. Thank you. So what we're doing in the north is what we've done before. We immediately making sure that the asylum seekers have access to the basic needs. And we're doing this through our national systems. And so we are immediately putting refugee children into our schools. We're immediately giving refugee children, refugees and asylum seekers access to health. And so we're registering them on the National Health Insurance Scheme. But it's important to note that we also need, and I think Kelly has alluded to that already, we support the host communities who are the first responders to build their capacity to be able to assist these people when they come in.
How are you doing that? Because that's an important lesson that a lot of people could learn from. How do you support a host community that is suddenly overwhelmed by the numbers that are coming in?
Critically, we are doing this with UNHCR, and it's important that we mention this. The UNHCR has supported us to provide facilities in the host communities. For instance, if you have a village that has, say, 2,000 people, and all of a sudden 10,000 people are descending on them, you will need to improve the facilities in that host community in order to cater for all the rest of them, the new arrivals.
Okay.
And it's not just UNHCR. I need to mention that we have other partners who are supporting us in this regard.
Okay, and now tell me a little bit about the private sector, because a lot of the solutions we are hoping for are going to come from the private sector. And we also know that the economy is economying at the moment, and things are hard pretty much across the world. First of all, how is the Ghanaian government managing to pay for it? But also, what can the private sector do in order to engage better? I'm using this as an example that many other people can learn from.
So we have our National Disaster Management Organization, who are the agency that responds initially to situations like this. And so they are resourced by government to do that. But I'm particularly happy that we have this forum at this time here in Ghana, because we don't have the private sector being significantly involved in providing assistance to displaced persons. And as the professor mentioned, critically, we need to get the private sector on board. And I take a cue from what was said earlier on. Some of them have not been invited to the table. In fact, they have not been invited. And so they don't even know what the situation is or how they can help. So it's important that we do a lot of sensitization and bring everybody on board in order that we will be able to assist persons who need it.
Thank you very much, and on behalf of every refugee who has found a place to stay in Ghana, who's been welcomed, as a former refugee myself, I say thank you very much, and let's give Ghana a round of applause. And it brings me to the next point. African countries will say they're overwhelmed. Uganda, where I come from, you know what Uganda is doing. The Congolese, Sudanese, the South Sudanese refugees are all converging in the same country. Rwanda is taking in a lot of refugees as well. This sense of, again, governments are overwhelmed. UNHCR is stretched. Resources are becoming more difficult to come by. Talk to me as someone who earns a wage, who wants to help. How can I be relevant in trying to find a solution? How do Ugandans, Ghanaians, Kenyans help like that?
So, Alan, I want to I had in Ethiopia in July. Went down to the border with Somalia. Part of Ethiopia has supported about 250,000 Somalis now for quite some time. And we have a partnership with one of our sponsors to this event, IKEA Foundation, who has supported us for many years, with the Ethiopia government, who has, along with Uganda, along with Ghana, expressed very progressive refugee policies, allowing refugees to be able to work, allowing them to farm and be able to provide income for their families. And in this place, in Ethiopia, in Malkadida, Doloado, there are Ethiopian and Somali refugees, farmers, working side by side. In a place like this, this is where private sector meets local community, meets refugee and farmer, meets civil society, meets organization like UNHCR or the World Bank, and where you can then find an idea, hatch it, and see it basically thrive, where you have farmers that are now working together, peaceful coexistence. They're now managing 200,000 Somali drought victims that are coming in search of water and food, able to provide, at least in part, for those new arrivals because of the kind of community that they have built. And that's not possible with just the government or the UNHCR or the partners that we have. That takes all of us. And I had a remarkable conversation with the Secretary General of the ITU, Telecommunications Union, about connectivity and about how even in this very remote area, the need there to be connected, to be able to take advantage of knowing what weather patterns are going to bring. It's not drought, frankly, that has now affected that part of Ethiopia. They had floods in April. But it's through some of the support that's been able to be provided. So progressive policies, advocacy, technology, ideas in terms of bringing these communities together, jobs, incomes and livelihoods, and that progressive bringing people in as opposed to treating them as separately. Refugees should not be on the side, as someone said this morning.
There's an important point you're making. The fact that very often they're othered. They are kept in camps and kept in those locations. And this, in many ways, not only strips them of their dignity, but also introduces stereotypes and stigma that they could gladly do without. And this is an important point that ought to be driven, right?
Absolutely, Alan. And we've been talking about storytelling. And I think it was Omar that said, you're going to hear a lot about numbers. And so I haven't used very many numbers in this conversation with you because people just go this way. And that's the same way with stigma, discrimination, stereotypes, using refugees, migrants, asylum seekers as almost the cause of the problem as opposed to part of the solution. And this is where we start to relate on a human level, and you make those connections, and you see the kind of support then that people want to provide. Because it could be me, it was you. And I'd like to ask you, Alan, about your experience, because I think, in terms of the how to relate at a human level, what would you tell people about being a refugee, spending time away, being able to come back, and how to relate that to one's experience who hasn't been displaced?
I struggle to talk about my personal story because I'm a very sort of emotional guy, and when you fall down and cry, Isaac won't be able to lift you. If you're me, you'll need more than Isaac and Omar collaborating in that effort. You might need Prof as well. But I think my mother fled Uganda at its worst time. Idi Amin was on a rampage. My mother had 4 children. She had to leave one behind. And my sister, who by the way works for UNHCR, was one of them. There was 3 of us, and we ended up in Kenya. And we found a home, again facilitated by the UNHCR. We were somehow taken in and resettled. I'm giving you the broad strokes because I don't want to go into details. It's a very sort of emotional thing, but for a single mother to show up qualified and suddenly be stripped of her dignity and have to survive and to have and make ends meet and hope that, you know, this gamble to run away is going to work is something I take very personally. And I have made it my point to do stories about refugees as often as I can. I have been to Gihembe refugee camp in northern Rwanda, spent some time there with a family that was then resettled in the United States, and I followed them there to see how things are. And one of the most profound things that I ever heard was from this guy who I asked, so where are you going? Do you even know where you're going? He says, listen, man, I've been a refugee all my life. You know, refugees never know where they're going. They just hope that they'll find a place that they can be safe. And when you look at the world and you look how the world is organized, the numbers are huge. You look at Alan Kurdi, that little boy who washed up on the sea, and you think about that little kid, that was Alan. It could have been me, you know. And then, so for me, it's not just a conversation I take lightly. It's one that has I have a very strong emotional connection to. And my hope in all this is that we shall rediscover our common humanity and just make sure that these kids, these mothers, can just do what they do. Because when you give a refugee a shot, they become a Kagame. You see what Kagame did? You see what President Kagame has done? That man used to be a refugee. When you give a refugee a shot, Museveni used to be a refugee. That's why Uganda's refugee policies are the way they are. Because you don't need to explain the need to run away to a Rwandan who was run away before. And that common humanity is what I'm hoping that we can all just discover. Anyway, I could talk on and on about this stuff.
Alan, can I tell you about a young man I met a few years ago, and some of our participants here in the room know him. He's a refugee from Somalia named Mohammed, and he lives in Kakuma, in the Kakuma refugee camp in Kenya. And Mohammed I met first in Kakuma, and then I met him in Davos. And Mohammed is one of our first employees through something called the UN Volunteers Program, and actually he's a UNHCR team member. And Mohammed had a powerful message for the world that his voice, and this is, you asked what can be done, it's lifting voices. And we talked about this yesterday, and I know a lot of voices are going to be listed.
But who is listening, though?
There are a lot of people listening. And one of the things that Mohammed said was do away with camps.
Absolutely.
Camps, you know, you talk about Uganda, and they don't have camps. They have settlements, they're villages. Ugandan children are in refugee schools. Refugees are in Ugandan schools.
That makes a difference, does it?
It makes a huge difference. And camps, I think, are used at times as a symbol of what's gone wrong. But what we're talking about here and tomorrow will be what can go right when you include people economically, when you give them the agency to make their own decisions, drive their own choices. That is what we need to be doing. And Mohammed was that voice a few years ago, and it continues to carry. It's changed UNHCR in terms of how it approaches refugee protection.
I just want to push you a little bit on that question of who's listening. You seem more optimistic than I am about that, because if anybody was listening, UNHCR would have all the resources it needs, would it not? You know, if anybody was listening, people would not be dying in the Mediterranean like they are. You know, my point is, I think, do you sense that, you know, there's need for, you know, first of all, I believe that Africans need to do more in taking care of fellow Africans. We have that capacity. And if we've learned anything at all from the COVID pandemic, is that we are mostly on our own. And we need to step up and recognize that and just move in and take charge. But from where you sit, Kelly, who is listening? Who's not listening? Who needs to listen? Who needs to pay attention? Who do we need to reach out to? Who do we need to scream at? Whose doors do we need to break down so that we can actually be heard and so that we realize that this is us responding to our common humanity?
So I started our conversation by talking about my mixed emotions coming into today.
Yeah.
I am an optimist at heart, and if one is not an optimist or doesn't see how we can make progress together, we may as well all go.
Agreed.
But who's listening, going back again to the Security Council this week, we need governments, we need politicians, we need those with power, those with wealth. You have the opportunity to have a louder voice than some of the rest of us at the table. We need the person that lives next door to us to care, to listen, in communities, in churches, in mosques. It's a broad message that needs to go worldwide. And at times, yes, it does feel, and I think that's why the message this week was so strong to those 15 members of the Security Council. We wonder, do they what's happening to civilians all over a message we need to continue to take. We need to continue to talk about the humanitarian consequences, but also going back to solutions, what's possible.
Excellent. Who are the Ugandan guys here again? Who are the Ugandan guys? Yeah, Isaac, we shall report to you what we plan to do after this. We shall have our on-site conversation, right, guys? And then we shall come up with something. And if you're here and you think you have any sort of influence and you want to help the important work that's happening in order to give dignity to refugees and to help them, please do whatever you can. I think I'm getting all sorts of ideas as to what can be done. And if I ask you, as we begin to wind up, what are the challenges that you think need to be overcome at the moment? What are the things that need to be overcome in order to make progress? Not just, piecemeal, but significant progress, because it's a big problem that requires big moves.
Yeah, it does require big moves, and that's why sometimes it's overwhelming. And I think some may be reluctant to engage because they don't quite know where to begin. Everybody's got a little something to contribute, an idea, a resource, a different voice. Think about the problem. We can talk about we want to have 15% of refugees seeking a higher education by 2030. That, scholarships, humanitarian visas, other ways that you can actually see young learners be able to take advantage of their talents and use their skills. Energy, climate, we see what a huge challenge that is with the use of technology, with commitments to lower carbon emissions, thinking creatively about how planting trees and using carbon credits in a different way can actually mean the difference in terms of where we're working. Or think about the health, for example, or other ways, jobs. We have so many opportunities that we can offer to those if we can make the matches, and we heard the challenges earlier today in terms of this is the forum to make those matches between the resources, the ideas, the technology, and those that want to find solutions for people who are displaced.
Right. Does anybody have a question for the Deputy High Commissioner? Anybody at all? I don't want to hog this space myself. I like to share. Anybody? Anybody? Oh, there you are. Let's give Emmy a round of applause.
Emmy asked how I keep going. I have an incredible team. Let's say that right off the top, and kudos to everyone organizing this. No, some of you heard last night that I had been looking forward to this event for the last 2 years.
Why?
Because it gives you it gives you the energy, it gives you the ideas, it gives you the motivation. You have those that are willing to try to solve problems.
Has it changed the work you're doing?
Yes.
Has it?
Yes.
Tell me a bit more.
We have connections with business, with individuals, with faith leaders that frankly were just small ideas 2 years ago. and now have really leaped forward in terms of what is possible on a larger scale. And I think, and the other is the voices. 2 years ago, we had some refugee voices in the room. We didn't have 60 refugee voices in the room. And the youth, what they want to contribute and what they want to do in terms of driving change. That, taking what we did in Kigali 2 years ago, what we're doing now, into next month with the Global Refugee Forum, where again, we're going to have people from across the globe looking for ideas to try to advance what we do about the defining challenge of our time.
And when you think about the one thing that you want to see getting out of this particular forum, this year in Accra, what would that thing be?
Oh, I have all kinds of, Could we see more jobs for refugees? Could we use technology to connect? We have a big goal of connecting 20 million people by 2030.
We are asking for action here. How many of you are employers in here? How many employers do we have? There you are. Or there's this gentleman right in front of you. All these hands have gone up. Yeah, please stand up. What's your name? Israel. Israel looks very fancy. Israel, what do you do?
So I lead an influencer marketing agency.
Okay, how many people do you employ?
We have about 10 people, but that's just a smaller aspect of the company, so the larger group takes a lot more.
How many more?
Well, about 120.
120?
Yeah.
How many of them are refugees?
None that I know of.
Okay. Is that going to change?
It will change. I mean,
I demand that it changes now.
It's a commitment, yes.
What I'm looking for from you, Israel, I'm looking for you to commit.
Committing to that.
Are you committing to do that?
I am committing to do that.
Israel, I'm going to hold you to account. I'm going to find you. Are you going to tell me how many refugees you've
I'm not difficult to find, actually, so.
Exactly. Thank you. Let's give Israel a round of applause. This is not a joke. We want more people to employ refugees. Yes, sir.
Yeah, let me just say that.
You're going to follow up with Israel, by the way.
Yes, I will follow up.
Okay,
On
good.
your behalf.
Yes.
So let me just say that the Ghana Refugee Board facilitates acquisition of work permits for refugees who find potential employment.
So they will be allowed to work.
They will be, and so we encourage potential employers to employ refugees.
Hold that thought for a second. How many of you are thinking about employing refugees from different countries? We've been told, yes, please, ma'am. Yes, please. Are you Ghanaian?
Yes, I'm Ghanaian.
No, I'm sorry. I'm talking to the lady behind you.
Okay.
I want to get some commitments here. Let's not want jobs for young people, want jobs for refugees. Yeah, tell me a little bit about yourself. You're looking amazing in that outfit.
I'm not Ghanaian, I'm Nigerian.
You're Nigerian?
Yeah.
Okay, tell me, what is the story here? Are you a refugee?
I am not a refugee, but
Are you a business owner?
I was once displaced and I'm a business owner.
Okay, tell me about your business. What are you doing?
We are grooming center in Nigeria, grooming people for better livelihood center.
Okay.
So we are also helping refugee, displaced people in Nigeria, Senso.
How many people are you helping at the moment?
Right now in Senso, there are more than 500 people.
Hold on. You're saying you are helping 500 refugees at the moment?
At the moment.
Where do they come from?
Different places from, Nigerians, because we don't hear of them with refugee. We have a lot of refugee in Nigeria.
Yeah. And that is the case for most of West Africa.
Yeah.
We think all the refugees are in the Great Lakes region. So tell me a little bit more about what you're doing exactly with those refugees.
The refugees, especially from Benue State, they have a lot of wars in Benue State.
Because there's been an ongoing conflict between the... Yeah.
There's this Fulani conference.
A lot of displaced people.
A lot of displaced people. You see them hanging around and everything. So we brought them together from somewhere, put them in a very good place where they can take care of them, and put them in schools and help them through a particular agency called Sensor in Nigeria.
Are you rich? Do you have a lot of money? Because that requires money.
Yeah, it requires money. Grooming Center is an NGO.
Okay.
And we help their mother. You know, we actually give little loans to their mothers to be able to trade and do business and help the children to go to school.
By so doing, you're restoring their dignity. Let's give her a round of applause.
And also, I just...
very briefly, because we've run out.
I'm very brief. My name is Isoke Wamboka, so I just have a foundation because once I came from that kind of background, but not displaced, but my mother was very blind and I was 12 years old. I was able to hawk and do a lot of business to become who I am. So because of that, I've opened a foundation to all young girls that are very vulnerable at that age.
That is the African spirit. Let's give a round of applause. Anybody else? I want commitment. Put up your hand if you want to commit to employing refugees. End of. Yes, sir. There's someone here. What's your name, sir?
Yeah, I am Abdullahi.
Sorry?
I am Abdullahi.
Yes.
I am a refugee. Been a refugee in Kenya for the last 30 years from Somalia. I do an activity that hires other refugees occasionally. Every year, 3 times, I have a cuisine in Nairobi that brings multinational refugees where they cook, and with support of other organizations, we hire high-end restaurant from Burundi who have been in the streets of Nairobi selling unjugus like nuts, to Somalis, to Ethiopian coffees.
Okay.
This is an opportunity, about 1,000 women selling their food to the delegates in Nairobi.
Give them an opportunity to sell.
Yeah.
And to make money.
Yeah.
Good
Not
man.
only that, it brings inclusivity. We talk on table to Kenyans about refugees. Kenyans are very generous people, but many a times they hear stories that are not good. But when they taste the Ethiopian cuisine, the Somali food, the Al-Shabaab issue goes out and sees these are people, yeah? It gives us, to me, I do other things, but food and coffee is where life starts.
You know, you're a great man. Thank you. Let's give him a round of applause. I want to hear from, I've run out of time and Yordan is going to kill me, but just give me 2 more minutes because we need commitment. We don't want to just be an echo chamber of conversations that result in nothing. If you are committing to getting, yes, over there, the lady.
Hi, my name is Damali Sali.
Look at you, Damali, a Ugandan girl. Very powerful Ugandan woman.
Thank you, Alan. My name is Damali Sali. I'm from the Private Sector Foundation Uganda, and we are committing to support at least 40,000 women-led enterprises in the refugee communities in Uganda. Thank you.
And just for context, when Damali speaks like that, it is a very serious commitment. So let's give her a loud round of applause. And I'll take one more before I come back to Kelly. One more commitment, yes. And please, if you can't match Damali, please put your hand down. Which side? Which side of the room? Okay, just ignore that for a second. Let's come to this side of the room, because that's a fair point. The gentleman over there. Yes, sir? Sorry, just hold on. We need to hear you.
My name is Amar, Executive Chairman of IPMC. We are a leading IT technology company in Ghana for the past 32 years. In the past, we have employed Liberian refugees from the refugee camp in Ghana. We presently have Sudanese refugees working with us. We've also hosted Syrian, Afghani, and Lebanese refugees, and we are open to employing more.
Thank you. Let's give them a round of applause. I shouldn't have opened this conversation because there are so many hands going up at the moment.
Hands. This is getting us ready for the next 2 days,
Absolutely.
Alan.
Listen, we are still here for another couple of days, like Kelly rightly says. And do you have any final thoughts? Because we're just about to get kicked out of here. But do you have any final thoughts? The key thing from all this is that we get a commitment from people to give refugees jobs, right? That's important.
We want you to leave this room knowing that each of you can make a difference. You know, we had hands shot up about employing refugees. Not everywhere is it possible for refugees to work. Not everywhere is it possible for refugees to own a business.
Yeah.
Even advocacy in terms of policy change, even having community conversations about caring about the other. Welcome. And welcome the stranger, make them part of you.
Wow. And if you're from Uganda and you need help from me, listen, I'll give you my number. We shall find a way around it. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's give Kelly Clemens a round of applause. She's been absolutely brilliant. Thank you. And your dad wants to tell me something? Oh, pledges. Give me that if you can. Oh, by the way, if you look at the QR code, scan it, you can make pledges on the back of that, okay? Right now, I'm going to release you to have coffee. If anybody asks you to pay for it, tell them to bring me the bill. So coffee, please. We're going to be away for about 20 minutes. Thank you very much. Another round of applause for Kelly. Brother man.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we please return to the room? Ladies and gentlemen, the session is about to begin. Please return to the room.
Let's give him a round of applause.
How's everyone doing? Oh, you people sound sleepy. How is everyone doing? Very good. The coffee is kicking in. Well, so thrilled to be here. Both of us were fortunate to have been at the forum last year in Kigali, where we both made some pledges. And we're excited to be here this time as well, to share an update and to hopefully encourage others to do same. So I think we'll start off with a question for you, Beriket, which is, there's so many different causes and so many different issues in the world that one can be focused on. Why are you particularly focused on displaced people? What's your personal motivation?
Thank you, everybody, first. Yeah, I would like to thank all the organizers for this, and I'm glad to be here again after Kigali. So, and thank you, Sangu, also. So, yeah, why a displacement is because displacement has been a big issue throughout Africa, and I have been also one of the displaced people, been growing up as a refugee, and in Sudan. I'm from Eritrea. So all the things together connects me to the displaced people, and I understand their pain deeply. Yeah.
So, you know, as you shared in your remarks that for you it's very personal, right, in that you've actually experienced it yourself. On my end, while I didn't experience it myself, I had a second-hand experience. So growing up, my father co-founded the African Commission on Health and Human Rights. And so during the civil wars in Sierra Leone and Liberia, a lot of refugees came to Ghana. And his organization hosted about 1,500 to 2,000 of them. And a number of them lived in our home. So I grew up with a lot of Liberian and Sierra Leonean refugees basically being family. And, you know, the older women all became my grandmothers. And the younger folks became my brothers and sisters. And so from a young age, and I was about 5 years old at that time, from a young age, it really shaped greatly how I thought about the community, and it made me not see them as, you know, abstractly different, but rather to see them as interconnected with all of us and as a part of all of us. And so I say that to say that you've been brilliantly inspired by your own direct experience, but my experience shows that you don't have to directly experience it to be able to have the heart and empathy to want to focus on it.
Yeah, exactly. That's like when like the region which I'm in, if you see the East African region, is one of the regions which has a lot of refugees come to Sudan, Uganda, Kenya, Rwanda, and everybody else. That means, so it doesn't have, that's what when I say that it is not necessarily that we pass through it to understand it and to feel the pain. So giving hospitality, especially from these countries, I think it should be the responsibility of everybody, yeah.
Absolutely, and one of the things I was most impressed about you, which I think stands as a testament to what's possible when you give people opportunity, right? You fled Eritrea and you've now created a Pan-African business, where you're operating in Kenya, Uganda, South Sudan, Ethiopia, Angola, Rwanda. I mean, it's extraordinary. Some of the people in this room, they've not even gone outside Accra. Local champions, but you've done it on a Pan-African basis, which is amazing. So why don't you, last year, you and I were in Kigali. We made some pledges and some promises that this team has been so good at reminding us to make sure that, as for that one, let me warn you, you should make pledges, but when you do, pledges here is not like political promises. You actually have to deliver. So tell us, my brother, tell us what were some of those pledges, or what was the pledge you made, and where are we with that? What's the update? Let's show us how you are different from political promises.
Yeah. Yes, last year, I think it was before 2 years, in 2021 in Rwanda, we have had some pledges of what we can do. And as I said before, like something which is really close to me is the education part. Because I feel if you educate any kid, whether he's a refugee, whether he's any kid, he will have a great future. So I think education is the most important part, or the most closest for me. And for me, being educated in UNHCR sponsored school, I feel like that one was a great contribution in where I am now in terms of business. That means, So at that time, yeah, I pledged some cash contribution for education support for refugees. And also at that time, I remember I said that we're going to start building schools for refugees in different areas. So at that time, I was thinking of, we were speaking with the UNHCR team to build a school in...
And that's, people can see,
okay.
This is real, right? And it's not like someone who say they are building a school, then they'll put some half shipping container. Real schools. He deserves another round of applause.
Thank you. So the idea was to build the school in Sudan, northern Sudan, where I grew up at the start. That is where we're discussing with the UNHCR team. But as we all know, the situations and things like that came up, and then we tried to see other countries where we have our presence. And then this is in South Sudan, which is like 30 kilometers outside of Juba, the capital. So there is a refugee camp there, which is called Gorom Refugee Camp. And this camp has refugees from Ethiopia, and now a lot people coming from northern Sudan. So they have elementary school, but they don't have secondary school. So like once they finish elementary school, they don't have anywhere to go. Like the UNHCR takes some people to some other people, but the host community was left out, and most of the refugees. So we agreed with the UNHCR, and we decided to do the high school. So this is a high school with about 8 classrooms, and yeah, administration block, kitchen for the staff, toilets, and things like that. One thing about this is, at the start, we started the project that we'll do half of it. That means 4 classrooms, administration block, and the toilets and things. But once we went in and started the construction, I said, who is going to come and continue the other part? So let's just go. I know Inkomoko, Julian, usually when they come, last time they came to South Sudan, and they told me, how do we go in? How do we do? I just told them, just start and go. That is how we do things. So we started, and now we can see it is going. So from your part in CarePoint, I know you're in healthcare, and you have been doing a lot in healthcare. So can you tell us, how does it connect with the refugees?
Sure. Before I get there, I just want to emphasize 3 important things he just shared. The first, which is something my mother taught me when I was a young boy, and I'll never forget. She said, my son, if you're ever helping someone, make sure you never rob them of their dignity. Okay? And a lot of people will build a school, and because they are giving it as charity, they will not build a school they will be comfortable sending their nephew or their niece to. But he built a school. Listen to what he said, though. A kitchen for the staff, bathrooms, all these things, dignity. And I think that's something we need to take away from this. The second is what was interesting. A lot of times, our philanthropy is very much tied to our community. I help in my church, or I help in my mosque. I go back and I help people in my village. He's not from South Sudan. He didn't grow up in South Sudan. He's from Eritrea. When he was in the camp, it was in the north, right? It wasn't in the south. But he still realized that there's a need there, and I need to help. I think we need to learn from that as well. And the final important thing he has taught us is just start. Sometimes we want to wait till, everything, just start. Just start. Start with something. Even if you want to impact 1,000 people and you can start with just one, do the one. As we say in Ghana, small, the chicken drinks water. And those of you who have not seen a chicken, drink water. Isaac can sort you out before you leave Ghana. So now to the pledges I made. There are 3 sectors I care about. Healthcare, of course, is what I do for my, as I work, I'll come to that last, but education and job creation. So I said, how do I leverage the different levers in which I'm involved in those sectors to make a difference? So the first, I'll start with education. I'm very proudly, along with Isaac, I serve on the board of Ashesi University. Do we have people from Ashesi here? Auntie Araba, please stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up. So I made a pledge that with Ashesi, we were going to work to make sure that we expand access to refugees. Auntie Araba, how many do we currently have at Ashesi? 20. Did you hear that? 20. 20 on scholarship. And we don't just, there's a hidden cost. It's not just when you have a full scholarship. And Auntie Araba and her team have been extraordinary in making sure that they don't just come to Ashesi, but they thrive at Ashesi. I think they deserve another round of applause. The second thing was to try and promote entrepreneurship. Because one of the things you actually realize is one of the key elements of entrepreneurship is persistence, perseverance, grit, resilience. These are things by definition, it's second nature to a displaced person. Because you wouldn't have made it to where you are if you didn't have those skills. And those skills is what's actually enabled you to build such a successful business. So on the entrepreneurship, the first thing is my investment firm, Golden Palm Investments. We've prioritized to say that we're actually actively looking for tech and tech-enabled startups where, at least one of the co-founders or someone in the senior team is a displaced person. So far, we haven't yet gotten, so this is my ask. If you know of any amazing refugee entrepreneurs who are doing things in tech and tech-enabled businesses, please let them reach out to us. We're actively looking and want to fund. The second is in the business, in Care Point. I say this, every business, one easy way you can help is, every business, you're not just a business and serving your customers, you're an employer, and you are also, you procure things. You procure goods and services. So we looked at our procurement budget and we actually put in place a policy that says that we will actively prioritize entrepreneurs and businesses supplying these services that come from people who at least has one co-founder who's a displaced person. The fourth thing we did was, one of the big issues is people want jobs. Look at the youth unemployment is about 50%. So what gives you an edge in the job market is actually having skills. And so we put together an internship program in partnership with Amahoro and UNHCR, and we started, and this is the other thing that he said about starting small and building from there. Last year, we started with 3 interns. This year, we are expanding that to 8, and then I've been having conversations with Auntie Araba about creating opportunities for the 20 at Ashesi. And the goal is we keep building, and I look forward to a time when I can come back and tell you we have 100 interns a year. But don't add it to the list yet too. I know my people. And the final one, which ties to the business, is we provide healthcare. Healthcare is so important. I say that if you're sick, you can't go to school, you can't work effectively. So healthcare is one of the most basic and fundamental foundational rights. On healthcare, we made a commitment to provide the equivalent of $1 million in healthcare services over the next decade. And we did one recently, which I think they're going to show a video of, where we did a screening that impacted 600 people in Aflao. We're doing another one in the north to impact 800 people by the end of the year. And it's something that we're going to keep going and do every single year.
refugee population in Aflao is about 2,000 refugees, and because of the protracted nature of their situation, they face a lot of health conditions. So we wanted to bring these partners together so that we can identify the health conditions and manage them swiftly.
Today, we're excited to be partnering with our amazing organizers here and our partners, Amahoro Coalition, Rabito Clinic, UNHCR, to provide sexual reproductive health education to refugees in the Denu Aflao community here in the Volta region.
Well, we hope to be able to identify early health conditions in persons who might not be aware that they have a condition, such as hypertension, which is one of the things we are testing for.
To see that our partner, Amahoro Coalition, and Rabito, which is CarePoint, following through with a pledge that been made in supporting healthcare for refugees across the continent is exciting. And also to mark this year's World Refugee Day. We have other partners like Brave, EcoBank, who have come in to support with sexual health education, as well as financial literacy.
So, to close off, last year we were in Kigali. Tell us a bit about what was the impact of Kigali on you, and next year, when we come back to this forum, what will we hear as updates? What's your outlook? What more can we expect? Because Isaac told me that he's like Oliver Twist, always asking for more.
I think if we see the Kigali Forum, it was like what Nancy was saying when we went, it was 2020 to the Global Forum. All of us, we felt that thing of why not Africans doing some bit of our things, and it was really touching at that time. And then when we went to Kigali last year, last year also, it was about getting more committed and building more commitment. So that's what we got from Kigali, and we started on the work. The work is going on, and the outlook that we see for the future is also from this one to get a lot more committed, to continue building more schools, to continue helping displaced entrepreneurs so that they build their lives, they do businesses, and also get educated. So this is what I take for the way forward. It means, yeah. What from your
deserves a round of applause. And I think the key here in what he said is sometimes when we do work, we just do it once, right? But it's the consistency of support that's amazing here. I think for me, what I'm looking forward to, of course, a lot of the pledges we've made is multi-year, they'll continue. But in terms of something new, last year I launched the Sangudele Foundation to focus on education, mental health, and job creation. And I made a $10 million commitment to endow it, to make sure that it can do this work in perpetuity. It's a grant-making foundation, so we'll be supporting smaller community groups and nonprofits focused on this. We currently have two lenses, a gender lens and a rural lens. I'm going to add a third lens, which would be a lens that looks at and prioritizes displaced populations. And I think what you and I spoke about before we got in was, it's two of us on this stage. We really would hope next year there can be, say, at least 10 of us. Minimum 10 of us. Don't just, the 10 is not going to come from the sky, right? So seriously, I know times are tough everywhere. Times are very tough. This economy is suffocating. But let's remember that if times are tough for those of us in this room, imagine what it's like for others. So in times like this, when it's tough, that's when we need to be more generous. That's when we need to dig deep into our pockets and scratch some coins, because that's the only way we're going to make it together, right? At the end of the day, Ubuntu, we're all we have. And so every day, let's do the best we can, and let's try and help each other, most especially in these times. So thank you all. Thanks to our partners. Thanks to all the different folks involved, and thank every single one of you for showing up, because it shows you care. And we thank you for that, but write a check also.
Let's give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. But before you get off stage, I just think you two can make beautiful music together. Have you considered working together on something? Education and health, there's need for a health thing. In a school, there is need for, you know, I don't know, man. You're the geniuses here. Don't you think there is an opportunity there to be explored? You can talk about that? And I also know that there is something around technology. You're big on technology, Sangu. You're big on entrepreneurship. There's something to be done for refugees, technology. Yeah? I'm not even asking for a cut for this brilliant idea. You think you can collaborate on that? You think there's something there?
Yes, I think there is. We want to see on how to work, especially on the venture and the entrepreneurship, on how to help refugees. So I think we can work on it a lot, and we'll be working together. Just one point I just want to make the last is, which is very important, is for all of us in this room. At the end of the day, for the refugees, for them, it is about creating opportunities. Like, for example, in other countries, allowing them to work. The biggest problem that we have, especially in East Africa, is like, except Uganda.
Please tell them about what happens in Uganda. It's really important that people listen to this.
Yeah.
And I'm not even joking. Eritreans in Uganda, tell them a little bit about that.
It is like, Uganda is the only country which is allowing refugees to prosper, to live, to be part of the community fully. So we need all of us here to work and make sure other countries, like I was seeing yesterday from Kenya, there is a new gazette which came out that refugees can use their asylum seekers and other things to open bank accounts, to open other things, but not yet fully to work. So
just to give them context, some of the best hotels in Kampala at the moment are being built by Eritreans who moved there. Isn't that right? Some of the most affluent locations in Kampala are being taken over by affluent Eritreans. They're all integrating into the community.
Exactly. We are in Uganda. One of them is actually part of us. That means Golden Tulip Hotel in Kampala.
I know that hotel. It's one of the most prominent.
Yeah. So you're right, Uganda, and especially for refugees, it has been really hospitable. So we want to take that thing and push. Of course, the governments have their commitments for their citizens and things like that. But for the refugees, it is a lot better if they become part of the society and contribute to the development of society. So I think everybody here can work towards that, which makes life for refugees a lot easier, and they can be part of the community.
Thank you very much. And let's give these two gentlemen a very big round of applause. Sangu, we can actually approach Eva to help us raise money for this project, right? So we will find a way, and we shall play something huge. And ultimately, if someone was asking, what is the business case? Very briefly, 30 seconds each. Why are you doing this? What is the business case for your involvement with refugees? What would you say?
I mean, the first thing I'll say is, before it being a business case, is just a moral case. I think we have a moral responsibility, right? But beyond that, I shared earlier, there was data that was done by McKinsey that showed more diverse boards and more diverse companies actually outperform less diverse ones. Similarly, there's a lot of scholarship that has shown that a lot of immigrants and refugees are actually a lot more successful at entrepreneurship, and it makes sense because they have already endured the perseverance, the grit, and the resilience, which are essential ingredients to becoming a successful entrepreneur, which is why this is no accident, right? And what he's accomplished and been able to take it on a Pan-African basis is a testament to the fact that brilliance is evenly distributed. Opportunity is not. And that's what we need to do, democratize opportunity.
I have not seen it yet in a business case way. It is more of a giving back way, but there is it is clear that it can be also a big business case. Like we were discussing about the venture, like investing on refugees as entrepreneurs and creating companies and then being a venture investor on them. I think it will bring a lot. We'll work on it together and we'll update you on the next forum, which we expect it to be in Nairobi, the next one. Yeah.
Let's give them a round of applause.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you very much to the both of you. You are doing amazing work, and we look forward to not only greater growth for your businesses, but we also pledge to support you the best way we can in your very important endeavor. Let's give them a round of applause. The next conversation is going to be a very important one. I'd like to invite the speakers involved in it. And my dear friend Julie Gishuru is going to anchor that conversation. Okay, no, let's hold action. Let's hold action for a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, let me just talk to you for a second, because as we figure out what's next, for a quick second, I just want to acknowledge the presence of people from Rwanda. Any Rwandans here? Is that all? Exactly. Any Cameroonians? There is one from Cameroon here. Nigerians? For the first time, Nigerians are not too loud. Nigerians? Okay, right now we want 2 testimonials, solutions for refugees by refugees. That's the session that we are going into next. Mushin Hassan and Nihal Den. Come and talk to us. Mushin is a man that I've gotten to know quite well, a great man. He's a Kenyan who's based in the United States. Talk to us, Mushin.
Can you all hear me? Okay. So, born to a Kenyan mother and a father of Yemeni origin who had spent most of his life in East Africa, growing up in Ethiopia, in Uganda, and then settling in Kenya, I never thought I was any different from all my friends and neighbors growing up in Nairobi. Sure, we spoke several languages at home, and maybe 8 different cuisines. And I always had or it seemed like I had a lot of uncles who would always come through from Ethiopia, from Somalia, from Yemen, and then disappear. But again, I never really thought I was that different from my Kenyan friends. After all, this was just part of the diversity of Kenya and East Africa in general. The first signs of me realizing that I was actually a little bit different was when my older brother was turning 18, and he was in boarding school in high school in Kenya. And while all his classmates and schoolmates were getting national ID cards, he seemed to have a problem for some reason. Naively, I just thought, you know what, maybe it's because he was born in December. Now, when I was in 6th grade, I found out that my dad was actually being resettled to the US. He had lost his job, and he had to start over. And continuing to live in Kenya by simply having a work permit was no longer feasible. Fast forward to 4 years later, when some of my siblings and I got resettled to the US to join my father. We had to leave my mother behind and some of my youngest siblings. Now, life in the US was a life of many firsts. It was the first time, for example, that I was simply black. The nuance of my identity was completely lost. It's also the first time that I realized I was poor, which poses a lot of interesting questions. But as a high school student in the US, living in low-income public housing, going to an inner-city public school, I tried to stay focused and get good grades, especially as a child of parents who did not even finish high school. I knew my way to a better life was really through education. So I stayed on my game, took on several extracurricular activities, and did really well. The result of that was I was among the top students in my school, and I ended up getting a full scholarship to Princeton University, which is the #1 school in America. For my African friends who only seem to know about Harvard, you heard that right. To get to that point, and especially not having parents or even older siblings who knew how to navigate the US education system, I really had to figure things out for myself. I had to navigate the school system as well as a lot of ignorance about Africa and Africans. I remember, for example, my first day in school, students being shocked that I was African. One classmate came and said, "But you don't look African," simply because I was wearing a t-shirt, jeans, and sneakers like every kid. And I remember just reporting without retorting and even not really thinking about it, and this was the Kenyan in me kicking back. And I said, "Oh yeah, I usually just wear my leopard skin and my spear on weekends." I remember being made to feel like I didn't even speak English. And for some of you who know Kenyans, we are very proud of speaking, well, at that time, the Queen's English. I remember having to repeat myself simply when I said, "Can I have some water," for example. I would have to repeat myself several times, and eventually I would always hear, "Oh, you mean water? So you did understand me." By the time I was graduating high school, I ended up figuring out quite a number of things on my own. I ended up studying international development, for example, much to the dismay of my father, who still does not understand why his son, who used to be smart and did well, especially in maths and sciences, is not a doctor. And today, he still asks me, "Is it too late for you to become a doctor?" So yes, Dad, it is too late. I chose to pursue a career in international development because I wanted to be part of figuring out solutions that would help improve conditions and the quality of life for communities and people in the global South, communities that I very much felt a part of and connected to. But then, my story has multiple layers, but it's often seen as an example of overcoming odds and brilliance that a person who experienced displacement went on to achieve great heights. I remember one time I was on a plane, headed to Princeton for an alumni event, and just kind of making conversation with the guy sitting next to me. So he asked me, "Where are you headed?" And for those of you who are familiar with the US, some people opt to say things like, "Oh, just, going to," or ask me why I went to school. I said I was going to an alumni event, and asked me, "Oh, where did you go to school, Rutgers?" And I said, "No, I went to Princeton." So obviously, he was very impressed and started asking me questions. So I shared a little bit about my story. And I remember this gentleman looking back and saying, "Wow, you are the definition of the American dream." And then he went on to sprinkle a little bit of racism by adding, "Well, if you can succeed, what excuse do others who were born in this country really have?" But you see, that is not what my story is about. What most people fail to see in my story is that I had a support system. First of all, I had two loving parents who were alive during very formative years of my upbringing and just growing. I had a father who did not hesitate to uproot himself and move to a completely new country simply because he had to provide for his family. I had an older brother who, despite being in his 20s, opted to not continue furthering his education because he had to work, because he had to help my dad provide for us. Now that we're in America, it was more expensive, and actually send money back home to Kenya. I had other siblings with me. I had a family with me. And in typical African fashion, although they might not explicitly say they're proud of me, I knew that they were, and I felt that they had my back. I had a teacher in class who one time read my essay and actually went out of her way to encourage me to speak up more, because I was very self-conscious about my accent when I had just moved to America. And this is also why I speak the way I speak today, because I had to suppress my T's and pronounce my R's. I had friends who actually told me about an after-school program for low-income students to help them get into college. Because again, that was really what I was aiming for. And in that program, I had a tutor who saw my scores, saw my grades, and realized, you know what? You can actually be applying for these elite schools. Again, I was simply content to just get into university because that would have been a first for me. But you see, these are the critical components of my story that don't feature in my bio or my LinkedIn profile. And this is really the point of a lot of refugees, a lot of us who have actually experienced displacement, that our story and our brilliance, or whatever you want to call it, is not really due to some magic that we perform or some unique excellence. It does actually come down to having this support system. This is what actually allows us to thrive and to excel and to bring out the best in us. We do it precisely because of this support of so many others who showed up for us in these critical moments. We did not pick ourselves up by the bootstraps. And in a world where xenophobia and inward-looking policies are increasingly becoming normalized, especially with respect to people who've actually undergone forced displacement, we need to be intentional about this. It does not just happen automatically. We don't just overcome odds because, again, due to some magic that refugees possess. Just as we need government to be intentional with respect to policies, we need the same level of intentionality when it comes to the private sector. We need the private sector to be intentional about attracting talent and cultivating and nurturing leaders from communities that have actually experienced forced displacement. So as we are all here over the next few days, I'd like each and every one of us to ask yourself, how are you being intentional in supporting and showing up for those of us who have experienced displacement? Thank you.
My life rotates around storytelling, education, and community organizing. I was often say sometimes that I was displaced before I was born. My dad fled the first Sudanese civil war in the 1970s, moved to Ethiopia, in a village in western Ethiopia, in the Gambela region, where I was born. Growing up, my dad told me that education was a tool that I could use to build a better future. He himself has his education interrupted while fleeing South Sudan. And that stays with me. I was lucky I was able to go to school in a small village in Ethiopia. My dad is a storyteller, and every single day I'd come back from school and he would tell me stories about his own childhood in South Sudan. When I was about 9 years old, I came back from school in the evening and sat next to my dad. We were listening to the BBC. And I asked him, what would it take for me to broadcast news on your radio? My dad told me that I need to go to school, learn good English, go to the UK, and work for BBC. So that was my dream as a kid. So the next morning I went to school and asked my teacher what could I do to learn good English. And they told me I need to read a lot, write a lot, and watch American television shows. We did not have a TV, but I could read, I could write, and those became part of me. 2 years later, everything shattered. I woke up to gunshot one morning. My entire village was burned down by a militia group. And I had to flee to Kakuma refugee camp in Kenya, where I spent the next 11 years of my life. I remember arriving in Kakuma refugee camp, lost, frustrated, traumatized. I was detached from my family. My dad went to a different direction. I wasn't able to say bye to my mom and my siblings, and I never knew when I would see them again. But I was able to find hope and solace in a school in Kakuma refugee camp. And the school gave me a place where I was not able to find learning, where I was able to find hope, where I was able to find solace, and where I could dream about a glowing future again. And I saw that I could actually become a journalist. So I went to school in Kakuma, worked very hard, and I had that intention of becoming a journalist. But when I was in high school, I realized that a lot of kids in my classroom were still traumatized by the brutal images of violence they saw while fleeing their countries. And I wanted to do something about it. So one evening I asked my friend, Gadbel, if we could put a few chairs together after our class and just bring kids from my classroom to talk about our dreams, to talk about our hopes, and to talk about our future. And that was the start of the Refugee Peace Ambassadors. After that meeting, we started having weekly gatherings where we bring together young people across Kakuma refugee camp and different schools to just have a safe space where they could hear from one another, where they could have peer support, and where they can talk about their dreams. We start having game and sport activities. We start doing workshop and mentorship programming. And I saw that kids were changing. Their hope was being instilled, and they feel that their dreams are still valid. But one thing stood out. Every single morning I'd wake up in Kakuma refugee camp with so much hope. But when the sun set down, my hope had crushed by the fears of being confined to that refugee camp for the rest of my life. In Kakuma refugee camp, while I was doing my community work, I would meet people who have stayed in Kakuma refugee camp since it was set up in 1991, and they never had a chance to leave. And there's not even a hope inside in the next 2 or 3 years that they will leave that camp. And that is just tell you something about refugee camp, that the refugee camp takes away your dignity. They crush your hope to the very core, and they leave you in a very oblivion space where you do not see any way out. In 2020, when COVID-19 hit Kakuma refugee camp, I set up a project to bring credible information to the refugees as well as fight misinformation. And one time, BBC reached out to me, and they told me, come across your project, and I want to talk to you about how COVID-19 is affecting refugees in Kakuma refugee camp. And before the interview, I called my dad. I was like, yeah, we're going on BBC. I was able to do the interview. My dad watched it, and he told me, you're almost there. And I saw that actually there's a way out. So that evening, I took my smartphone, and I looked at different universities. So I said, okay, I have to go to university to learn journalism. I did not know anything about how the college admission process worked. But something in me told me for me to learn a good English, I need to go to the US. So I looked at different universities in the US. I came across the University of California, Berkeley, and I was like, okay, this is where I need to go. So I went to the admission page. I applied. I wrote my essays, all by myself in Kakuma refugee camp. And then I was like, okay, let's see how that goes. A few months later, Berkeley reached out to me and told me, congratulations, you made it to a class of 2025. I was very happy. I was calling all my friends in Kakuma refugee camp, jumping up and down, celebrating. And then 2 weeks later, a friend in the US messaged me and told me, hey, you need to check your financial aid package. I was like, what is it? He explained to me, he told me, log into your school portal and see actually how much money they're giving you. So I logged online. I saw estimated cost of attendance, $69,000 for just 1 year, for my tuition, my admission, my board and room, my meals and everything, and funding offered zero. I was so confused, so I sent them an email. I was like, I'm a refugee in Kakuma refugee camp. Where am I getting this money? And they told me, you know, the admission office was also confused. They told me, we don't know what's happening, so we'll refer you to a different office. So they sent me to the international student office. And they told me, unfortunately, Berkeley is a state-funded school, so we do not offer financial aid for international students. You have to explore external donors that could fund your education. And that moment, my hopes were crushed again. I spent a few days, and then I was like, I need to do something. So I started sending emails to everyone I know in the world, and a group of American college counselors started coming together, reaching out to different universities, and sharing my story. And different universities started reaching out to me after that, including Columbia in New York, Cornell, as well as University College in Canada. You know, they told me about their program, they told me about what they do, they told me, you are one of us, you belong here. And while I was going through that entire process, University College encouraged me to apply for their leadership program. I applied for that, and they told me 2 days later that I'll be having a Zoom interview. I was getting ready for the interview, and then 1 hour to the interview, they told me, actually, you'll be interviewed by the president of the university. And I was so confused. I was like, why is the president of the university speaking to our prospective students? So what I actually did not know was that they offered me a full ride scholarship that covers all my tuitions, all my accommodation, all my living expenses for 4 years. I ended up going to Canada. The university president promised me that I'll have my first breakfast in Canada with him. He's the first person who welcomed me to Canada. I had my first breakfast with him. He welcomed me into his house, cooked for me dinner, and told me, you belong here. I was very excited, although all my friends, especially my American friends, are mad at me. They're like, you don't say no to Columbia. But I say no to Columbia and Cornell. I find my way to your University College. And over the last 2 years, I've been very active in the refugee activism space. You know, I've been to the hallway of the United Nations General Assembly. I've been to the Canadian Parliament, to the UK House of Lords. I was in Geneva last year where I spoke to UNHCR staff during the World Refugee Day event. And early this year, I decided that I'll never refer myself as a refugee activist again. Because I don't want to sit at the table if other refugees do not have a seat at the table. I don't want to be a walking billboard for humanitarian organizations. And I firmly believe that no one is voiceless. Throughout my activism, people would say, Neil is a voice for refugees. But every single refugee has a voice. We just need to listen to them. While I was speaking at the UN General Assembly last year during the Transform Education Summit, I challenged world leaders and I told them that, actually, we need to talk truth here. World leaders are not leading the way. Young people are leading the way. When we think of the climate crisis, we do not think of world leaders. We think of young people like Vanessa Nakate. We think of young people like Greta Thunberg. When you think of the education crisis, you don't think of world leaders. You think of young people like Malala Yousafzai. And as we speak here today, I want to tell us that, actually, we're not leading the way. Young refugees are leading the way. When you look at issues affecting young refugees, it is young people like Mire in Dadaab, young people like Jean in Nairobi. It is young people like Innocent in Kakuma refugee camp, Damien in Zaleka, Hassan in Jordan, Enam in Cox's Bazar. So young refugees are the one leading the way, and you need to be inspired by their leadership. Over the summer, I went to refugee camps in Kenya, in Malawi, in Uganda, in Rwanda. And the young people I met at these refugee camps wanted two things. They want education and opportunities. They wanted access to decent paying jobs, capital to start their businesses, funding for the refugee-led organization and social enterprises. They want solutions. No refugee wants their entire life to rotate around international organizations and aid workers. Everyone wants to be able to take charge of their own future. And for them to do that, we need to ensure that when we talk about refugee agency, it is not just being able to dream, it is having the tools to make those dreams a reality. It is being able to lead your way. Today, there's so many things going wrong in the world. Refugees' families have been displaced. And displacement sometimes stay with you for a very long time. Although I'm grateful to be living in Canada today, my family is still living in a refugee camp. And the first time I was able to see my family was actually last year, in Kenya, where I was able to connect with my mom and my sibling for the first time after 11 years. And later this year, in December, I'll be seeing my dad for the first time after 13 years. Their life is still rotated around displacement. And they tell us that we need to do something. What can we do? We need to be angry at the injustices that force people to leave their homes. And everyone has a role to play in addressing those injustices, so people are able to live their lives in dignity. And that is why I think this forum is very important, that we do not just leave it to aid workers, we do not just leave it to humanitarian organizations, we do not just leave it to governments. All of us, especially the private sector, academia, and every other sector has a role to play in finding solutions to refugees. You know, sometimes when I talk about my education journey, I talk about my engagement with Berkeley. So although I was able to go to Berkeley, the dean of undergraduate admission at Berkeley became a very close friend. And we had many conversations, and I told him, you know, my story is inspiring, I get that a lot. But there are many inspiring stories in Kakuma refugee camp, and you should actually try to find a way to go to Kakuma. Last year in the summer, Berkeley went to Kakuma refugee camp. Just a few months ago, they launched their first ever scholarship for students from conflict-affected countries, and one of their first scholars is from Kakuma. My university is appointing me their first ever ambassador for refugees, and what I'm doing with that role is engaging our donors to set up pathways for refugees to be able to come to my college in Canada.
Wow.
In September, while I was at the UN, for the UN General Assembly, I was awarded the Global Student Prize. It's a $100,000 award given to one exceptional student every year. And a big part of that award, a big part of that prize money is going to set up Kakuma Leadership and Innovation Center. This will be a place for creativity, for innovation, for networking, entrepreneurship, learning. It will be a space that will connect not just Kakuma to the world, but it will connect the world to Kakuma. And I want young people to come there to grow as leaders and to be able to chart their way out of Kakuma refugee camp. When I say that I do not want to be called a refugee activist, I believe that the most important thing that I need to do is social movement building. That is mobilizing everyone across the world, including refugees, to be able to co-create, to co-lead in finding solutions to issues affecting refugees. And this project that I'm leading to set up Kakuma Book Drive, we're actually mobilizing students across different colleges in America, including in Canada, to stand up in solidarity with refugees. So far, we have over 100 colleges that are going to be part of Kakuma Book Drive that will ensure that the library that will be part of the community center will have all the books it needs and all the resources it needs. You know, I'll go back to that point of activism as I end my speech. I believe that activism never changed the world, and it will never do. And Malala told us that actually in Rwanda at the Women Deliver conference. What we need to do, we need to build moments of people who stand in solidarity with refugees. And those people must include everyone. And everyone must have a role to play in that. Even when you go back in history, great leaders like Nelson Mandela, Martin Luther King, did not change the world through activism. They changed the world by mobilizing masses. And I think that is what we need to do in ensuring that we mobilize as many people as possible, and everyone has to see that they have a role to play. I will end with hope. I'm currently writing a book about how hope keeps me moving. Today, the world is a very hostile territory, but I firmly believe that another world is possible, and we can make that a reality by co-creating solutions with refugees. Thank you very much.
That is absolutely powerful. Let's give both of them a round of applause. If you look at the screen on your extreme left, those are pledges that are coming through, and they're beginning to pile up. You know, they're beginning to pile up. So just keep an eye on that, and if you haven't pledged yet, here's an opportunity for you to do just that. We're going to break up for lunch soon, so just stay with us as we go through the next conversation. And this one is going to be anchored by my dear friend Julie Gishuru from Mastercard Foundation. Let's give Julie a round of applause. And as you know, Mastercard Foundation is an important part of this event. And also Isaac Kwakufoko, who is from Amahoro Coalition. And finally, Olive Ashimwe from Inkomoko.
Thank you so much, Alan. Hello, everyone. How are we feeling? Good? Yes, I like that. I will not take 50 minutes, but we're going to have a great conversation. I'll try and make it a bit shorter. I think we might have a video. Could I ask that the video play and then we'll start? Thank you.
So we have 360 concerns that need 360 solutions. That cannot be done by one person. In the next 2 days, let us be courageous enough to speak up. Let us be courageous enough to appreciate. Let us be courageous enough to celebrate the people that have made our lives easier. Let us be courageous enough to not be shaped by our past and think that our voices do not matter.
Displaced people are being financed or given a little support. To me, it will help reduce social crimes in the community where they stay.
All of us in this room, including the experts who are at this table, can agree that climate change is not just a driver of forced displacement, but it's also making life very difficult for those already displaced. So climate change affects different communities differently, so this needs to ensure that we adapt it, or we adapt the solution to the local level.
Let us assess ourselves at the local level, at the government level, at the continental level. Are we having a policy, a fair policy, that serves everyone at individual level? Equality we are talking, can it be fair? Can it be seen? Can it be put in action? That is the question and what we are asking for you here, so that this voice can reach the government.
We're walking a journey already, and we plan to do more. Let me just spotlight that we really believe that change comes through local knowledge, understanding, partnerships, capacity.
Absolutely. Can we give those 60 young Africans from refugee and displaced communities who came together to identify their challenges, the solutions, and to challenge us to step up and be part of providing solutions to our challenges. So I'm going to very quickly in a snapshot tell you who we are as the Mastercard Foundation. You're going to hear more from these incredible partners, the Amahoro Coalition and Inkomoko. And then I'm going to open up and come to the floor and try to ascertain what questions do you have, what do you need to know more about, so we can partner effectively together, all of us, to change the reality on the continent. So the Mastercard Foundation was born of Mastercard in 2006. They put 10% of their shares aside and set up a foundation they described as a gift to the world. Our work today is primarily in Africa, and our mission is determined by our strategy. Young Africa Works. 30 million young Africans in dignified work by 2030 is our focus. 2.5 million of those, for us, will be refugees and displaced persons. Right now, the Mastercard Foundation Scholars Program has committed 25% of the scholarships under that program for refugees and displaced persons. Those are 25,000 scholarships. I want you to spread the word, very important. And so for us, skilling education, enabling entrepreneurship, changing mindsets, shifting policy, all part of the work. I want to come to you really, Isaac, and start with you. In the work that you do, the wider work, not just our partnership, what are the critical elements of the work? And then I want us to inform the audience where are the areas where gaps still exist, and we would want private sector to step up. Let me begin with you.
Thank you, Julie. I think for the wider work that we do, there's a crisis of jobs on the African continent. Young people, there's very high unemployment rates across the continent. And even when all things being equal, even in situations where people can get jobs without a lot of impediments, it's quite difficult. So the gaps that we're talking about are some of the conversations we're having, especially is that for individuals in the population that we're serving, IDPs and also refugees, the impediments and the delta between skills and the job they can get is so wide and so deep that we need to build support systems and support mechanisms to make sure they were addressing some of those things. I think the other thing that's also very quite important in this conversation around jobs is make sure individuals are being upskilled for the jobs of today and the jobs of tomorrow, right? The African continent, we have to leapfrog some of these things. We're talking about the fourth industrial revolution. I think we're at a point where we need to start talking about the fifth industrial revolution. And so how do we prepare young people for the jobs of the future? And how do we make sure that they're equipped properly to make sure not only are we equipping them with jobs of the future, but they're equipped to be internationally competitive as well with their peers internationally, because it's a very scarce resource. The jobs we're looking for today are being also sought after by people in Brazil, in India, in China, other places. And I think those are some of the two biggest gaps that we're trying to address.
Tell us a bit about the fellows that you're working with and how you're shaping them to change the reality.
So precisely that. I mean, I think that, I mentioned this of the gap. So at Amahoro Fellowship, one of the programs that we're running together with the Mastercard Foundation is we launched a fellowship program earlier this year. And the purpose of the fellowship program is as follows. It's not to bet on people's initiatives, but to bet on people's character. Because we profoundly believe that if you find the right individual who has an amazing story, who has an amazing journey, and you walk beside that person, and you help provide a few things that have been missing, you add some masala to their story, they can do what they need to do. And so what we did this year was we launched this program in June this year. We started with no one knowing Amahoro brand. This is the time we're doing this fellowship. And we received over 1,000 applications, from which we had 500 fully completed applications. Of the 500, we dwindled that number down to 76, and we had a very, very competitive process where we called each person who was part of the 76, I call it the quarterfinals, and then we got to 30. And the 30 that were selected, the 30 that we arrived at, we set up an independent selection committee, of which Musin was one of them. Musin, who just spoke, was one of our selection committee people to select the top 17 individuals for the scholarship, the fellowship. And the fellowship itself, if I may say, it's a one-year program where, again, like I said, we are betting on people's character. So we're betting on helping them grow and understand their whys. We're working with a wonderful organization called Near Delta. They're working with us on this initiative. And the whole idea is to sort of, who am I, what am I trained to do, and how do I get the best output for myself and my business? But again, we also understand that you can't just eat a conversation. So together with the partnership with Mastercard Foundation, the goal is to fund up to $100,000 of initiatives that are coming to the table and to help individuals grow their businesses and initiatives that they're working on.
Thank you so much for that. Yes, let's give them a round of applause. Inkomoko is doing incredible work as well, enabling entrepreneurs, building capacity. Take us through where you are, what you're doing, and the opportunities you see for more to come to the table and support the work.
Sure, and I'll start with why. And because it's a solutions week, it's even better to refer to one of the values we have at Inkomoko. We believe that all the problems on the continent have solutions that exist on the continent. And as Inkomoko, because there are so many solutions, 360 just from a day yesterday are just a lot. As Inkomoko, we believe that when the young people, when entrepreneurs have the skills, have the tools, have the resources in an enabled environment, they will thrive. They will create jobs for themselves, for the community at large. And we come in to provide just that. We provide business management training. We take them through that, but more importantly, we directly invest in these businesses. It's not referring them to a bank or another financial institution, it's to directly invest in them. And many people spoke about the opportunities that displaced people offer. Of the last 11 years, we've worked with refugees, with micro businesses and displaced communities. We are seeing good repayment rates. And I'm emphasizing good because I'm about to add a statistic to that. Over 80% borrowers that we have in the refugee communities are able to pay back. So Kasuja earlier spoke about where is the business case. That is also a business case. And we start the journey hoping to see more private sector come in, more investors come in, and also building on that to leverage other market players to come in to see the refugee communities not just as dependent, but also as equal contributors of the same.
That's excellent. Are there any bankers in the room? Just trying to check. No, well, yes. Is that good? Is that a good figure? I'm going to come to you to find out in a few moments, what that means for you, right? You know, I do want to go to the floor shortly, but sometimes the private sector and other players are put off by the risk, or maybe the fact that you just don't know the space that well, you know, and don't have the time to do the work. What confidence could you give them, or courage? What would you say to them to enable them to lean in and say, look, there's still something here, and who can they then rely on? You know, what role will Amahoro play in creating some kind of safety nets of information, connection networks, which I believe a big part of what we're doing here? What can Inkomoko do? What does UNHCR do, Nancy? And I'm going to come to you with that question shortly. So let me start with you, Olive, Isaac, and then I'll come to Nancy, and then open to the floor.
Yeah, what confidence? I think one of them is that repayment rate. And as a result, we've seen more private banks come on board. We've already have 5 banks that are on board in Rwanda and Kenya, and Equity is in the room, so we're happy to have them. And what that does is create the credit history. So they are part of CRBs of the respective countries. You can refer to that. When they out to grow our investment, the next is the big banks. Second, what we are doing is market linkages. And the last 3 months we ran buyer surveys. The goal was to understand who is willing to invest in the refugee communities. Surprisingly, over 60% of the organizations that we interviewed were willing, but they did not have accurate information. Like, okay, so what does that mean? How do I work with them? Do they have the right documents? Can they go through the procurement and pass? And that is one area that, as Inkomoko, we are willing to invest in.
Excellent.
There are so many other partners who can do that. Provide information, really data-driven information. This is the market size. This is how much they can contribute. But also, to the displaced communities, can they consistently deliver when they are given an opportunity? Do they have the right skills to go through the procurement processes? Because there will still be standards. And the business will tell you, I really don't care about whether it's a refugee or host. All I need is quality product and consistent delivery. So we need players at that level. And to the government, of course, it's can we allow them? And it was such an amazing day yesterday to be in that room and read the government of Kenya announcement.
Notice, yes.
Knowing that now they can move to other markets, interact with the documentation that they have. So there are different areas at investment, at market linkages, but also continuously at advocacy of having more players on board.
Thank you so much, so clear. Isaac?
So I think for us, it's something a bit subtle and nuanced. The first thing of how to build confidence is what is happening today. I'm a firm believer in the African continent is that one of the challenges we have is the fact that we don't know each other. And you're never going to do business with someone if you don't know each other. So imagine the gap. If I'm a Ghanaian and you are Gambian, I don't know you, imagine convincing a business owner to work with someone in a settlement area who is not even from the country you're in. So what do you do? How do you build confidence? You build confidence by engaging. You build confidence by having these conversations. And I said this earlier, these conversations they're not light touch, they're actually quite heavy. When you come here and you meet Sarah Lynn from Equity Bank, and she has a conversation with you, it's a conversation. But you never know what happens 2 years from now. We had a conversation 2019 at a dinner, and here we are today, the second edition. So that's the first, building confidence. The second thing about building confidence is around, similar to what Oliver was just talking about, is about getting to know the data, right? Businesses are not gonna invest or spend time in refugee communities if they don't know what's happening there. We have a role to play there at Amahoro. Part of what we're doing is, again, trying to develop relationships with different RLOs. We have a fellowship program. We have commitment to jobs. We're doing all that. But ultimately, fundamentally, we have to provide the data. And people say yes, there's plenty of data in this space. The problem with the data in this space is that the data has been written not for the private sector community, but for the humanitarian sector.
Right.
So there's no confidence in the data. The data is fine. But and everyone in this room, if you ask them the question, just also say to you, well, IFC did a study in Kakuma. That's one study. And everyone refers to that study. If you look at Kakuma as a marketplace, and it's fantastic, but we need more of those studies that speaks the language of the private sector. And I think as we do those things, the confidence will go up. And then finally, Olive said this as well, this is also an accountability conversation. If one invests in your business, please deliver. Please deliver. Because if you don't, you mark it up for the next person. So it's very, very important. 98% payment rate, fantastic. And every time you have an opportunity for someone to work with you, please make sure you do your part to honor that and honor that properly, because as you do that, it spreads and the confidence builds.
Wow, powerful point. Thank you for that. I'm looking for a mic, and let me just come to you, Nancy. So,
thank you.
Message to the private sector.
Thank you very much, Julie. I am delegating it to my colleague here, the technical expert on the topic, to help me on this.
Thank you, Julie. I'm Nandu, I'm with UNHCR in Kenya. In terms of actually the de-risking, what you asked about, investing in refugees is investing in a community. Investing in refugees and refugee hosting areas actually builds the community to thrive and to build towards a peaceful and just societies. So I speak about Kakuma. Colleagues and before speakers also were mentioning on Kakuma. There's a standing example of Kakuma Kalabia Challenge Fund, which I think many of the colleagues may be aware of, where together with the development actors and the humanitarian actors and the government of Kenya to invest in the skills of the refugees, and not to forget also the hosting community. It's very important. You build a society together when you are speaking about refugees and hosting communities. And also yesterday's gazettement of Government of Kenya, Mr. Awuri is the Deputy Commissioner of the Refugee Affairs. I think that also speaks a lot on the policy changes that colleagues were speaking about. And the policy changes and the policy shift towards more an enabling environment for the private sector to come in to actually build on the capital of the refugees. For example, Kakuma is built on a refugee economy. People may agree or disagree, but in the since 1991, the economy around Kakuma is more than $1 billion, if you actually put cumulatively in the perspective of what we are speaking today. I think there is a greater opportunity as we go forward, and particularly in Africa, but also specifically in Kenya as well. The government has changed its policy shift towards private sector enabling environment investment through the Sharika plan. I think we hope that this would all come through. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think it's important to just recognize how rigid the policies were, and that this is a milestone moment for Kenya, for the continent, that countries are starting to move in that direction. And if I'm not mistaken, the World Bank and the IFC were part of the whole Kalobeye experiment. And African Development Bank. So we're seeing organizations come together to make a difference. Banking. So you're in it, you're Equity Bank, I think it's been referenced. Tell us your experience as a private sector player working in this space. What would your message to others be?
Thank you, Julie. My name is Saraline Werimo, working for Equity Group Holdings. So our model at Equity is anchored on social purpose, is anchored on inclusivity. And so at the very beginning, when we started engaging with refugees, it was towards delivery of cash transfer programs. So facilitating access by beneficiaries in terms of donor support coming from maybe a donor to the beneficiary, and that meant deploying our infrastructure in terms of innovation technologies, providing e-wallet in terms of in form of cards or mobile, and again also innovating around ensuring we have enough access points, be they ATMs, agents in the refugee camps, and so on. And within that, then, we opened a number of branches within refugee camps. We have a branch in Kakuma, in Dadaab, in Kalobeye, and again also across the region in the 6 countries of operation. But over time, and especially after our interactions that Isaac, Nancy, and Julian were referring to earlier, we asked ourselves, what more can we do? What other role can we play in this space? And we realized that over and above facilitating cash transfer programs delivery, we could play a more important role in financial inclusion. And that's when we started getting ourselves immersed in aspects around financial literacy training for refugees, capacity building, economic inclusion, and starting to give them loans against the cash flow that they were getting into their accounts through cash transfer programs. So that's where we've been, a lot of co-creation with our partners, the UNHCR. We've worked a lot with Julian Inkomoko to see how to bring around solutions that then get the beneficiaries to self-reliance. We have partnerships with development partners that are enabling us to lend more to refugees. As Olive says, refugees are very good repayers of loans, but again, also with a bit of boosting and conversations with these development partners, we are able to scale that. So where we are at, we are looking at more durable solutions and capacitating the refugees and enabling them to then become self-reliant and economically independent. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I want to open the floor to, and I see questions, and I'll come round. Thank you. If everyone can keep them quite tight, introduce yourself so we can get as many as possible. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm called Ariganyira Nezafo. I come from Uganda, and I come from Okeba Uganda Limited. We are a private sector agribusiness company. We have several business models, and it's so inclusive that we have several refugees on board. For instance, we always bring them on board to be our business agents. At the moment, we are working with around 3,000 refugees. Of course, to be successful in business, you have to establish a lot of linkages and partnerships. We have offered production contracts to them to produce for us as our growers. At the same time, we bring them on board to be our business agents and make money through commissions, but also we have some of them as full-time staff, especially the youth. We have other products which relate with that environment because we give them inputs on credit so that they are able to produce on contract. When they produce, actually, when they are paying back, we don't charge any interest on the inputs. Instead, they pay us what we gave. If, for example, I gave you 10 kilograms of seed, you bring back the 10 kilograms of seed. Then I buy the balance at a better market. Of course, we have also we have structured business structures. We have access to financing. We have linked them in banks, former banks in Uganda. One of them is Equity Bank. And because they have the contracts with us, they only present the contract, then we guarantee them to access finances. We believe that most farmers in Africa, the biggest challenge we have is access to finance. And the moment we address such gaps, that will build a good way to go. Briefly, that's what we are. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Let's give them a round of applause. Incredible work. Thank you.
I'm Frederick Daniel Onzmai from Private Sector Foundation, Uganda, and I have a question for Olive. First of all, I want to thank her for the model she's undertaking in financing the refugees and the returns you're getting. I believe they're above what the bank, I think, projects in terms of returns from an NPL perspective. But I just want to understand a little bit better. We're trying to raise a catalytic fund, which is impact focused. And for some of the work you've done in the refugee community, in simple terms, how do you structure the loans you give, for instance? Is it impact focused? And from that impact lens, what do you look for? What do you want? What requirements do you get from the refugees, for instance, in order to lend to them and comply with regulatory requirements?
Brilliant question. Just hold. I will come to you. And you'll answer it briefly and then meet him afterwards. A quick question. What is the average non-performing loans outside of refugee and displaced persons lending?
About 8%.
Wow, so that's amazing. 98% is very good. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. My question, my name is Innocent Magambi. I'm a refugee rights advocate in Malawi. My question goes to you first. Thank you so much for putting aside 2,500 scholarships for refugees. My question to you is, 25,000, I'm so sorry. I was excited with 2,000, but it's 25. Now, my question to you is, what Isaac is asking people here to pledge cannot work in Malawi because of the policies. Refugees who were supposed to come here to perform from Dzaleka refugee camp did not come because they have no access to passports. Not because it's a policy, but someone on the top decided not to. Now, for my people in Dzaleka, what's your plan? Can we have the conversation on how to dismantle this discrimination that does not allow refugees to even come here and be part of the conversation? For Isaac, while you talk about asking people to pledge and give businesses to refugees, can we have a private conversation about what do we do for the African countries that are still thinking that African refugees in Africa are a threat to their economy and their people? For the Ghanaian country, the Committee of Refugees, can we have a conversation on what the countries, African countries that have good policies on refugees, can we have a conversation with those countries on what do we do for those who are still thinking backward? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll come back to that. I see, there's so many. Let me be fair and go to this side. And I may only be able to take 2 or 3 more. I apologize. Get the lady here.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Anstella Maina. I work for the Refugee Investment Network. And my question to the panelists is on impact measurement, because we speak about what we want to do, and every organization tends to have its own kind of impact framework. So how can we better standardize how we measure impact? Because I think that, again, influences the data that everyone tries to publish on their own personal company website. So how can we encourage more standardization of impact measurement?
Thank you. I'm going to pause and just try to answer that because I'm in Ghana. And how many Ghanaians know somebody called Suli Gariba, the late Suli Gariba? So we started an impact fellowship under the foundation in honor of him. He passed away 3-4 years ago, and he was an absolute expert at monitoring and evaluation, and he put an African lens to monitoring and evaluation and said, what does this mean for the continent? So we're building that, and we welcome others who want to be part of that to walk the journey with us. And if you have more response on that, I'll welcome you to share. I'm going to take one more. I'm so sorry. Okay. This young lady. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This has been wonderful. I'm with COVOG. My name is Dana. I'm with COVOG, Coalition of Volunteer Organizations in Ghana. And my question is about how to increase access to these spaces. You know, the truth is, unless you know somebody who knows someone who knows someone, it's hard to get into spaces. So, you know, how is it that a refugee-led organization, a small nonprofit, can get access to spaces like this to just make it more equitable for everyone?
Thank you. My name is Rebecca Eliezer. I am a current student at Ashesi University under Mastercard Foundation Scholarship. And I originally come from Dzaleka Refugee Camp, Malawi. I just wanted to say that what Mr. Innocent Magambi just said now is a very big issue, and it has to be talked about maybe privately, because Malawi is a very special case. But my question is, I've heard today that there's a lot of opportunities that a lot of people have created for refugees, and up until today, I'm going to be very honest with you, I didn't know that they even exist. The jobs that you have talked about, the loans that you are giving, the education that you are giving to girls, women, and all these opportunities. After these conversations are done, and we know there's 10,000 jobs for refugees, these conversations might remain here and everybody will go back home. What is it that you are doing to make sure that you communicate to the people that you have created opportunities for, the people that are now in the camps and are sitting and are waiting, and they're overwhelmed, they don't know what to do. What is it you as private sector organizations and governments and big organizations are doing to make sure that you reach out to these people intentionally, individually, to tell them about these opportunities? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And I apologize. I see the hands. I'm so sorry, but I know we're hungry and people want a break. There'll be more conversations in the afternoon. So I'll try to respond to the Malawi question and simply say part of what we are trying to do is to shift mindsets, practices, and policies. And I think we can create spaces for people to come together and allow governments to enable governments to know why they've shifted and how they've shifted, because they will influence each other, even as we stand alongside and say, how can we support? It's not going to be easy. I don't imagine it is. But ladies and gentlemen, I feel there's a wave of change sweeping across this continent. I feel it. And we've got to jump onto this wave and move together. And so hopefully we'll get somewhere. In terms of information, very quickly, it's our responsibility to figure out ways to make sure information flows, and to enable you all as parts of the community, whether you are refugees and displaced persons or others, to have ways you can plug in to access the information and share it. So let me come to you first on this. Isaac, you've created this amazing platform. All these pledges are coming out. We're starting to see the opportunities that exist. What can you do to make sure that this flow is happening and that there are spaces for continued conversations aside from the meeting once a year?
Yeah, no, thank you so much for that, and thank you for the questions. I think the answer is related to the Malawi question and also the question Rebecca asked. So if we hadn't convened 2 years ago, I wouldn't have known the Mastercard Foundation has this Africa Works program. We wouldn't have had a partnership with Mastercard Foundation today. I wouldn't have known that there's a school called USIU in Kenya that actually actively brings in refugees. And what you just talked about, actually after lunch, we're gonna have a conversation about this, I believe today, where 2 universities, USIU being one of them, is gonna have a conversation about what they've been experiencing with education. But this particular Malawi thing came to our attention because of this partnership. And again, I know I've said this ad nauseum, but this is why these conversations matter. I understand that, it doesn't look like things are moving, but I think, Julie, you're absolutely right. I think there's a wave that's changing. So as a result of these, look at the chain effects. Something happens. Now we know about Malawi, what's happening in Malawi. A couple of months ago, we had a similar situation with, I think, 7 or 8 students coming to Nairobi to go to USIU. We got a phone call from USIU. We called the Kenya Immigration Service. Issue was resolved within a few hours. In this room, there's a lawyer in this room who was the person who helped us acquire the first work permit for refugee in Kenya from O&M. Patrick Ogola is in the room today. So again, and I say that just to say that I know it doesn't look like a lot, but these are the kinds of things that as a result of the partnership with Mastercard Foundation, as a result of these conversations, as a result of the partnership with Inkomoko, these are things that we're looking to move forward. And also finally, absolutely right again, what Julie said, it's our job to do our part, but it's also everyone's job to work with us on it. So we can give information all day, but if it's a two-way street, right? And I think I said something yesterday at the solutions thing about RLOs, and let me just emphasize what I meant by that. We need RLOs to work with us because we need RLOs that understand the language we're speaking. There are many RLOs doing many, many wonderful things, but part of our job is to identify the partners who can understand and translate what we're trying to do in a way that can get the information that we need.
So for the people who are not from the development world, they're wondering, what are RLOs? Yeah.
Refugee-led organizations. I'm also learning. So.
We need to de-jargonize for private sector, right? Okay, Olive? You had those ones and also the very specific question from the...
Yes, adding on to Isaac's point, it's also your responsibility to share with the community. Now that we know that there are these many scholarships, there are these many job opportunities with all the people that have come here, let's share that information. Internally, as an organization, we have a research unit that is specifically built on generating evidence. And we are willing to share that. And we need so many other people to do the same. And the goal is to partner with credible researchers. We are not a research institute. So how do we leverage that visibility with academia, with researchers, to spread the information and data? So it's a mutual work that we have to do. Then to the specific, how do we structure the work? So we work with micro and small businesses for a period of 6 to 8 months. And that's through training, consulting, really one-on-one. And within that period, they can go through due diligence. And that's the journey that we work, that's the trust. And I'm also to say that yesterday there was a question that how many refugees are working in your organization. We are intentional to hire refugees where we can. We currently have about 13% because they understand the businesses. So if your business advisor is just your neighbor, there is the trust element to it. So we work with the community and the intentionality because they understand the challenges. There are loans, they are below market, but there are really no loans except for Sharia compliant for our Muslim clients. So it's really, I can go to the details, but for the sake of the conversation, I can pause there.
Thank you so much. And just to mention, I think that just triggered a thought in me. Yesterday I had mentioned that the team told me there is a government on the continent that has asked for help with understanding how to better work with refugees, and they've asked for capacity. And so that's how do we train refugees to maybe take up some of these opportunities, or experts who really have awareness on how to work with refugees and displaced persons. So governments are reaching out to say, hey, we want to learn and we want to do better, and I think that's an important thing. Anything you want to add on how we're measuring impact and how we can be more aligned in that regard?
How we measure impact at Inkomoko, it's really, again, I said we are not a research firm. We have male team colleagues on board. We are getting researchers from different universities. Where do we find the business that we work with? And how do we walk the journey? 1 year, 2 years, and we are getting to 5 years of follow-up. Are these businesses still growing? Have they closed? It's important to know that, because when they close, we then understand what are the challenges that help them close. But also it's understanding, are they growing big enough, depending on the capacity of where they are? Because that's also important. They can grow, but they're not meeting the market demands. Mm-hmm. We measure impact at that level. We are open, I would say, to working with other partners who are experts in measuring impact. Okay. And with our partnership with Mastercard Foundation, that's an element that is very specific of what is data saying, and how can we put it out to the public, to the clients, we are very, very, very much accountable to see that they are growing and they are thriving at the end of the day.
Thank you. Isaac, how are you measuring impact?
I think two things. I think one, before impact, there's accountability. So I think as we build out these conversations here, you need to hold us accountable, just like we need to hold you accountable. So I think that's the first thing around the impact. But the second thing around impact is that, yes, we have internal mechanisms. We have an monitoring evaluation person, but we also have specific things that we're trying to measure over the next couple of years. For instance, I mentioned the fellowship program. We are going to have 120 fellows in the ecosystem and invest about $4 million into them as a result of our partnership. And that's something that's measurable. We're going to measure that. We're also committed to raising about $25 million in capital over the next few years to do just that, and we'll measure that. And there are quite a few other metrics in place that every time we're going to put a measurement against it. And just like you saw Sango and Baraka do today, we are going to bear witness to that by making sure that we tell you what the impact story is and also have something that's really measurable.
Well, thank you for that. I have a final question for each of you, and then we're wrapping up. You know, Olive, we started with a very powerful, I have to say, this has been a very powerful gathering for me. And that start in the morning with a poem and Amara, was just mind-blowing. And you are beginning, I believe, work in Sudan. Tell us a little bit about that, just so we know the opportunities.
Yeah. And I will use it as a story. In March, we went to South Sudan as a potential fourth country of expansion. And we visited individual businesses, government partners, development partners. And personally, it took me back to 1997 of Rwanda. I'm Rwandan. I was born from refugees who had been in Uganda for more than 30 years. And this work at a personal level, it means that supporting a business in Gorom settlement in South Sudan is very directly linked to my parents when they were in Uganda in the settlement. And that's how close this work is. From a business perspective, you look at not only the Gorom settlement that we visited at the time, had about less than 20,000. And today, as many colleagues spoke about, that same one camp has over 50,000 people because of the crisis in Sudan. And those are many businesses, those are communities. When we talk about those, it's individual, they're people. They happen to be in that place, but they are very well skilled, they're very well intentioned, and the entire South Sudan, so we're starting in Juba, Maban, Gorom, and the goal is to grow even bigger because they're intentional. You look at the diaspora, very many young people who grew up in different countries of the continent and even beyond, who are now driving their businesses, and they want to see change. But the resources are very, very limited. And now there are additional people coming in to the very stretched resources. Like, that's one specific country that I'm talking about that we are co-working from. And all the 3 countries that we work from and all the many countries that we want to expand to have very individual challenges. And that's how, when we look at over 100 million on the continent, that's how I look at them. They're individual families. When given opportunities, they thrive. They thrive on themselves, but also they contribute to the countries that are hosting them, or internally if they're internally displaced. Yeah.
Thank you. Isaac, what final message do you have for the stakeholders who've come to the table, who've said, we're willing to step up, we want to learn more? What's your message?
Just simply thank you. I mean, really, really simply thank you. I mean, let me also take the second to say thank you so much to the foundation for trusting and believing in us and for walking this journey with us. Thank you to Inkomoko, UNHCR, for actually walking this journey. And also, thank you to the private sector actors who, before anything started, join us in this conversation. I mean, I mentioned the law firm, Chris Sananu, who at the time, Chris went to Geneva with us. Chris was with the telco company. Chris has been with us for this journey since the beginning. There are many individuals in this room. And finally, thank you to the teams. Thank you for the work you do. Thank you for all the amazing things you do. And all of you in this room, thank you for joining us. And I hope and pray that, again, metrics, retention matters. Next year when this happens, Bereket said Nairobi, we want to see at least 40% of you here. Hopefully all 100%, but let me be realistic. If 40% of you in this room show up next year to Nairobi with good retention, with new people, that's amazing. That's success. We'll take it.
And bring the businesses you work closely with you. Bring them along as well. Please give yourselves a round of applause for being here. You know, I am convinced that this is Africa's time. And we have to believe it because we are the ones who will make it Africa's time. And I'm trying to remember a Somali proverb, and if there are any Somalis here and you can correct me, something very beautiful like, there is no house too small to hold a family no matter how big. Something like that. There's enough space for us all. We are all Africans. The borders are not ours. They were created by others. And so let's make Africa truly a home for all Africans. Thank you so much.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you.
Amazing, 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 amazing. Again, a round of applause. A round of applause. Amazing work. Thank you, Julie. Amazing, amazing. I don't want to compete with the music. Please kill it for now. I don't want to strain my voice too much. We're going to have some food. Come on, clap your hands. I know all of you want to eat. You're hungry. But just to pick up on what Julie said, this is probably one of the most impactful sessions. I moderate these things. I've done them all over the world. But truly, and I've done very many with Julie as well, this one truly has impact, and it's a real honor to be a part of this conversation. And Jules, Isaac measuring impact, I could hear it. Isaac hinted on it, but I think it's the one thing we need to do more that we're not doing more of, and that is storytelling. When we begin to tell the stories, I've done a podcast on the Malawi situation. So if you Google Africa Daily and say Malawi and put my name, you'll hear what we've done. That is what is going to transform these things. I'm not a politician yet, but I just think that if you make these people uncomfortable, you know, people don't want to be seen to be the ones that are making other Africans, you know, jittery, and tell the stories, man, because when you do that, it becomes a political risk for them not to react. Anyway, story for another day. I'm giving you an hour. Again, I'm picking up all the lunch bills, so feel free to eat as much as you wish. And let's meet again here in an hour. I'm not really. Isaac and the Amahoro Coalition, as well as our amazing partners are. So let's reconvene in an hour and just continue our conversation. Thank you. South Africans? South Africans? Come. Who else is represented here today? Ghana. DRC. Where is DRC? Come here. Do you have a Ghanaian here? Are you from DRC as well? Okay. You know what? Please sit down. Let's have the lady out. Too many men up there. Okay. Any ladies from which country? Sorry? Any Ghanaian ladies? I'd like a Ghanaian lady. The first one to come up here will be fine. Let's give her a round of applause. She's from the health sector. She's doing a lot of work. Tell us a bit about her.
I deal with displaced people, especially this our headquarters. So I visit them in the markets, I group them, I do some healthcare services.
Immunization.
Screening programs, I screen them for hypertension, diabetes, for any other and then I also support them, give them some clothing, give them health education. But that's the short-term activities. But I have a long-term activity which I believe is a little bit
Which is that?
plan is to get a logistic center for them women. I'm a woman.
How much money do you need?
I need a lot of money.
Tell me, give me a number.
If I should get about
Don't be shy.
$5 million, I can.
Hey, even $1 million.
Even $1 million. Shortest, holistic short. I mean, shortest for them, and then health, a clinic for them, a training center where I'll train them to have catering services. I mean, to be able to be caterers. I mean, to use diverse. I mean, bead making and all that, and then also to have some of them are.
A lot of mental health support, psychosocial support. Of course, I don't mean to rush you, but... So, the DRC.
Yes.
Is that where you were born?
No.
Where were you born?
I was born and raised in Rwanda.
Okay, but you live in the DRC?
No.
Okay, just explain.
Well, it's a complicated story. My parents were born in DRC, but then they have to flee from DRC to Rwanda. So I was born in Rwanda from Congolese parents.
Let me guess, Gihembe?
No, Chiziba.
Jiziba?
Yeah.
Chiziba?
Chiziba. With Rwandese uncles, aunties who are Congolese. So it's just,
So you're an African?
I am an African actually, so it's hard to explain, but I believe, apart from, being a Congolese, a Rwandese, and a Ghanaian, I'm a leader. That's how I identify myself.
I love it. Let's give a round of applause. How do you know you're a leader?
Through what I do.
What do you do?
Inspiring young refugees, bringing solutions, and doing advocacy.
Let's give a round of applause. Amazing. Amazing. Now, I want to compete with you just to find out who knows Kenya more than the other. Do you want to try that?
Bring it on.
Bring it on?
Yeah.
Is that your final answer?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Question number one. Which Kenyan vice president was married to a Ugandan?
None.
Is the final answer?
Yes.
Do you want to call a friend?
I don't think so. I can be able to handle that. I don't remember any Kenya vice president with a Ugandan wife.
Okay. Josephat Karanja. Have you heard of him?
Yes.
He was a vice president under Daniel Toroitich arap Moi, and he had a Ugandan wife. Do you want one more question, or you can explain?
You win.
I win.
Yeah.
So I want you to teach this audience the first two lines of the Kenyan national anthem in Swahili.
Okay, I can do that.
Okay, let's do it.
E Mungu.
E Mungu. There's no way you can learn a song like that. E Mungu. Just say the first line. Let's go. Sing the first line we hear.
E Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu.
Okay, two lines. So we start afresh. So everybody, E Mungu nguvu yetu,
ilete baraka kwetu.
Okay, not the rest of it, because this is not a Kenyan event, but let's give him a round of applause. Thank you. Okay? So this gentleman confronted me and said, oh, you Alan, you know, you're forgetting South Africa. Why should I have remembered South Africa? First of all, what's your name again?
My name is Ahmed Namutamba.
Namutamba?
Yeah.
And you're South African?
I would believe so.
Okay.
You know my story is like the previous sister, you know?
Because Namutamba puts you straight, smack, bang in Uganda. Am I lying? Am I lying, guys?
In Uganda, it's a royal name. It's a royal.
No, let's just say it puts you in Uganda.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, so, yeah, tell me.
Basically, my father came from Tanzania in the 60s, settled in Zimbabwe, married my mother. Beautiful, by the way.
No doubt.
Yeah. She was from Zambia, met in Zimbabwe. I was born from there. Then we moved to South Africa. There we are.
This is a true African.
Definitely.
Thank you very much, brother.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Yeah. Let's give everybody a round of applause. The Ghanaian food we had for lunch was brilliant. And now we are going to start the afternoon session. Play me some music for a couple of minutes. Play me some music, man. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your patience. Right now, we're going to talk about education, and I'd like to introduce to you Ines Ongus from United States International University, USIU. Let's give Ines a round of applause. And in a moment, we'll hear from someone else. So Ines, take it away.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I believe you. Yeah, thank you so much. My name is Ines Ongus. I'm the Director Advancement and Partnership at USIU Africa, and I'm pleased to be presenting in this wonderful forum, on employment and entrepreneurship, practical solutions for the private sector to get involved. And again, as higher learning institutions, we feel so proud when we hear commitment from the private sector, because we are in the business of skilling, for the private sector. Just a little bit, USIU Africa, we are 54 years old, based in Nairobi, Kenya. We are a private, independent, not-for-profit university with a dual accreditation, both from the US government and the Kenyan government. in July 2020, and since we signed our partnership with Mastercard Foundation for the Scholars Program, we began being very intentional about refugee recruitment, education, and transition. And this initiative offers academically talented youth from facing different barriers, gender, financial, disability, displacement, from accessing world-class education. Through our partnership, USAID and Mastercard Foundation will offer 1,000 scholarship opportunities that will go to 70% young women, 25% refugees and internally displaced youth, and 10%, persons or youth with disability. And again, to date, we've run 3 years of our partnerships with Mastercard Foundation. We've brought on board 771 scholars. 126 of those scholars are refugees and displaced youth. We've recruited from 10 African countries and from 22 refugee camps. These countries are Kenya, and again, the camps are listed, Uganda, and maybe the conducive working environment in Uganda, has, quite a number, of camps that we visited to date: Rwanda, Tanzania, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Malawi, and Ethiopia. So again, all the challenges, in different countries, we've still been able to get refugee scholars, from Malawi. In terms of, okay. Can I just have the next slide, please? We've also recruited from South Sudan and Nigeria. In terms of key facts and figures, again, we've got, of course, competencies, different bodies, that are producing these reports. Prior to the pandemic, we only had 3% rate access to higher education by refugees, and displaced youth, against the global average of 35%. And this is as a result of regulatory limitation in terms of regulatory environment that hinders enrollment, high cost of education, and challenges, with language, competencies. We feel very delighted when we hear programs, like 15% by 2030 that is being run by UNHCR, because again, as tertiary institution, that is an opportunity for us, for collaboration. In terms of can I get the next slide, please? Thank you. In terms of course, I've given the statistics in terms of how we are doing internally. Of the 126 refugees that we've got, 59%, of those refugees are male, and we are doing significantly well with 41% being female, if you check because of the barriers of young women having to access some of these, opportunities. We also did some analysis or some comparison in terms of the academic performance, of our refugee and displaced youth population. It's important to mention that 56% of our displaced youth and refugees are enrolled in STEM programs, and that picture, was just taken on Monday when we were appreciating and recognizing our top scholars, and the four out of the 7 that were being awarded were our refugee scholars with a top GPA of 4.0 out of the possible 4.0. But it's worth mentioning that, again, just want to explain that the lady, number 3, came 5 weeks into the academic program, and still with all the challenges, she was still able to be among the top of our scholars, just speaking to the opportunities that when you grant opportunities, then our refugees and displaced youth are able to thrive, and succeed. In terms of the key challenges, and from these key challenges, we're able to see the opportunities, and as we go through this presentation, we need to be seeing ourselves in different formats. First key challenge is on access to documentation. This is a big challenge because, again, as refugees move from one country to another, they miss on or they leave behind important documents that are critical access, for education, for, in fact, the admission process. Additionally, getting conventional travel document is a challenge, being issued by many African universities, many African countries is not easy. So this, again, becomes a challenge. We've recruited about 825 scholars of the 50 plus that are still out there are as a result of documentation, and we are doing everything we can, to get them to come and enjoy quality education, at USIU Africa. The other big challenge is on age limit. We've tried as a university to make that a little bit easier. Many partner institutions or higher education space have age limit for some of these opportunities between 23 years and 25 years. We've opened that to 29 years. We've noticed that even opening it up to 29 years is still prohibitive, and we are moving to move that age for our refugee and displaced population from 29 years now to 32 years, so that we see how much more can we cast within the 3 years grace period that will also add on to that age limit. The other area, and this has been talked about in terms of limited access to opportunities, and it calls upon all of us in this room in terms of how then do we pass the information out there, on many opportunities and the commitments that we are making. As an institution, we have 25% commitment to offer scholarship opportunities for refugees and displaced youth. We've not been able to meet that target. We are happy with all recruitment from the 10 African countries and 22 different camps. We've still not been able to reach that target. We are at 16%. So that is an opportunity for all of us, those who are working with the refugee-led organizations. Please, spread the word so that we are able to offer these opportunities to our brothers and sisters. Again, the quality of these opportunities, the applications. How then do we invest to supporting refugee-led organizations, local institutions, to ensure that the applications that we receive are actually quality and meet the kind of standards that we are basically looking out for. The process is also a bit complicated, for our refugees and displaced youth, because many government systems or higher education space requires admission, before you access the scholarship opportunities. And even with those admissions, especially for foreign refugees, there's a lot of conversion. So how then can we simplify that process so that we're able to get more people, apply for these opportunities? The educational experience in terms of the investment, in secondary and primary education, so that we build that pipeline. Again, as a result of the kind of experiences, educational experiences of the camps, there are refugees, applicants struggle in terms of the language and in terms of the quality, to put a good application forward. So again, a lot of investment in terms of the pipeline at secondary school level and primary school level will go a long way to basically increase that. Inconsistent policies, again, you got these policies approved, and we're very grateful to the Kenyan government. As USIU Africa, we are delighted because we've been getting refugees from different countries, and part of our struggle was how then do we get, these populations basically come to Kenya. So again, with the access, and the legislations that have been passed, that special issue is important to us, and we are looking forward to see the implication. In fact, when it was announced yesterday, we communicated to all the students, and we are asking them, please go out there, and start applying for some of these services so that we test it. Sometimes the issue is always on the implementation, and we want to see how that works, and we're looking forward to making a report in terms of the impact of such legislation so that other government, can follow. And we're grateful to Ghana, to Uganda, to Kenya, and we hope many countries will follow suit. And on this again, inconsistencies in the application of policies, we face those challenges. And again, the request to all of us who are in the room, please pick that phone call. When you're dealing with refugees and displaced youth, it needs the highest attention in the organization, in the government, at leadership level, so that now we are able to kind of break the barriers, and support, our teams. Gender disparities, You know, we are getting more applicants, more male applicants than female applicants, and we need to encourage, you know, more of our young women to apply for these opportunities. And again, the inadequate, you know, pipeline, you know, makes us unable to meet some of the commitments that we are making today. And I hope with this gathering, we'll be able, you know, to see what else we can do. Simple issues like network, you know, because again, part of our requirements is that you can make either a physical application or an online application. In the camps, there are issues to do with networks. So call for private sector to invest even in networks, you know, smartphones, you know, technology that can actually enable, you know, partners and enable refugees to apply for the opportunities that we've got, even conducting interviews. And we are moving, because of the issues of the, you know, documentation, to online programs. We are developing quality online programs accredited by both entities. So even if we are to offer quality online programs to the camps, the challenge around networks and technology will still come. And that this is a call to the private sector that is an area to invest in. There is also perceived lack of opportunities for stable work after graduation, owing to the heavy investment in the academic journey, you know, in the higher education space. So that narrative is what we need to change. And if we live here as higher learning institutions with the commitment from the private sector for jobs, then we go out there and say, these are the jobs that are basically available, and we train in various programs, you know, both in the technology, STEM and non-STEM related disciplines. Some of the possible solutions to the challenges, have highlighted them. You know, one of them is, let's have flexible criteria to offering some of these opportunities, and I speak to other partners, you know, within the higher education space, and that is one area we'll continue to advocate for, you know, among, you know, tertiary and higher learning institutions. How do we have flexible age criteria, you know, to be able to get in more refugees? Let's have ongoing awareness, you know, let's use every resources we have to create opportunities, you know, for sharing information. Advocacy around improvement on educational infrastructure is a call for all of us. How do we invest more in refugee-led organizations, in educational infrastructure, you know, so that we are able to produce quality pipeline for higher learning institutions? Let's improve the 3%, you know, against the global average of 37% for our refugees and displaced population accessing higher education space. And we can only do that by investing in primary, you know, and tertiary education in terms of infrastructure is concerned. Again, partnership with local refugee-led organizations, I've mentioned that. I cannot overemphasize that enough. Let's collaborate, because they are on the ground, they know what is going on. In terms of, you know, the transitions, in terms of this building awareness, there's peer-to-peer outreach. We are also looking at, other than the bringing our refugees and displaced youth for education, we are looking at transitioning them into the dignified work. And that aspect of transition also comes with its own challenges, which includes the legal and documentation barriers. And lawyers in the room, this is where now we can also come in to support and help private sector players with these issues of work permits, you know, and the documentations that are involved. Language barriers, you know, is a big issue. You know, the other issues is around, we have foreign refugees, but when they go back with the qualifications that they get, you know, we have challenges with local entities recognizing some of those qualifications. And therefore now the private sector, if you can come on board and we can showcase that with the degree and the qualifications that, you know, our refugees and displaced population have, you know, this is the outcome is the same, you know, as any other, you know, graduate, then that will go a long way in building that kind of confidence. In terms of course, we've experienced key successes, and I just want to appreciate, you know, the different partners that have been able to open their doors to offer internships and job placements, you know, for our refugees and displaced youth, you know, and one such critical partners in our partnership is WUSC. Allow me to reference that, because we've seen they've not just opened their doors to internship, but they've actually went ahead to employ, you know, continuing students into dignified work. So such build confidence, and everybody, they're able to now look at the future. We also appreciate our partnership with Amahoro that has been very helpful, with the issues around documentation, documentation barrier with governments, and other private sectors in terms of the absorption. We appreciate collaboration with Mastercard Foundation, especially with Resolution Project for Social Venture, because entrepreneurship is also a way out, to some of these opportunities. We talk about the aspect of refugees and displaced youth have also shown remarkable resilience if opportunities are basically given. Some of the possible solutions around transitions and displaced, transition of refugees and displaced youth into dignified work. Just quick highlight possible areas actioned by the government, simplify and expedite the process of obtaining work permits for refugees. So if governments and government bodies are here, please simplify that process for us. The second thing is develop policies and programs that promote inclusive, hiring practices. Invest in education and skills training for refugees and displaced youth. And in terms of non-governmental and international organizations, advocate for more policies, facilitate access to education and vocational training. Let's collaborate more with private sectors to create job placement. And finally, in terms of the private sector, please implement diversity and inclusion policies for actively hiring displaced youth, offer mentorship, and create safe and inclusive working environments. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed to Ines Ongus from USIU. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we shall have Araba Botchway from Ashesi to present their experience and their problem. We are pushed for time. Yes. So, yeah, sadly.
Right.
I'm in this for it. He chewed up all the time.
That's okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I guess I'll skip a number of the things because we seem to have a lot of commonalities, so I won't bore you with that. Basically, Ashesi has been in partnership with the foundation, Mastercard Foundation, since 2012. In the first phase, we focused mainly on gender parity, trying to get as many women in as possible. In the second phase, we added a new dimension of people living with disabilities. And in the current third phase, the dimension of internally displaced persons and refugees was brought on board. So we've been with the foundation for 10 years, and this is just to show you where our scholars have come from. The class of 2026 have come from across Africa, and we are adding more students or more countries as we speak. In terms of diversity, 30% of our Mastercard Foundation scholars have been first generation, of the entire class have been first generation students. We've had just about 3% of the class being refugees, and that goes to buttress the point that Ines said. We do have a quota, we're doing a lot, but we're still not meeting the targets. And so it's important that we all put our hands to the wheel to ensure that we do this well. Ines talked about certain barriers, which seem to be almost the same things, lower than usual entry grades, of course, because of the staggered nature of education, access to documentation because some have abruptly had to flee their countries. We're talking about difficulties in assessing travel documentations, almost the same things that Ines talked about, right? Gender disparity. I remember going to the Bidibidi camp in Uganda and seeing a number of young ladies who had babies, and so found it difficult to think about leaving their babies and go for higher education. So those are some of the challenges. Even within that refugee group, the females tend to be even more marginalized than the male counterparts. He talked about network issues and then anxiety, so I'll skip some of those things. Some of the possible solutions, and this is where I'd like to place emphasis. Alan, this morning you were asking what an individual can do if they want to support. I will encourage people to sign up to be mentors as we, the universities, bring them on board and give them holistic training. They will need mentors to hold their hand. Most of them may be first-generation university students who's going to work with them. Are we ready to provide that corporate space where they can make mistakes but learn from their mistakes, right? Some of them, we've identified 3 areas of transition. Some of them are going into the world of work, so they will need the corporate space. Some of them are going into entrepreneurship, and so they may need seed capital as well as people they can look up to. Some of them are looking to further their education. What are the opportunities? Again, the issue that was raised this morning about dissemination of information. How widely do we disseminate information for these young people who have overcome so much barriers to know what lies ahead of them? Again, we're looking at possibility of host families for them during the vacations. Some of them are not able to go back to the camps and may need to be with people during the summer vacations or any other vacations. Do we have people here willing to pledge to host some of them? This year, I was fortunate. I had one of my students, collaborations come in a lot. He was from the Nakiveli camp in Uganda. He couldn't go back to the camp, and we were wondering what to do with him. I was fortunate enough to have some relationship with a refugee-led organization, CIOTA. I called them. I know they work with students who are getting ready to go to university. I asked if they could take him on as a mentor to the students. We paid for his airfare, gave him funding for living expenses. They hosted him, and he worked with the students. And as I speak, 2 of the students he worked with have gained admission and will be coming to Ashesi in January. It becomes a win-win. So it's important that as we engage as a community, we think outside the box. How willing are we to innovate, right? It's very important. Regular stakeholder meetings like this with actionable items. How can we document best practices such that others don't have to reinvent the wheel? Corporate champions. We need a lot of you, once you've tried it, to actually be advocates and tell other companies, other CEOs, other HR practitioners to look towards these refugees. See them as assets and not as charity. They come with varied and certified skills, and we should be looking at them that way. This is a young man, Jacob Amol. He graduated about 3-4 years ago. He's back in Juba and he's working. Again, it's about collaboration and linkages. Another young lady, Inyao, and she's also back in Juba and working. So there are opportunities, even though they may be few, and it's up to us. How willing are we to go the extra mile to make sure these people that we bring in have all that it takes? The map on your right side is the map of where we are as Ashesi University recruiting from across the region. This, about a month ago, we've had students from the Sahel region. Some of them are refugees from Nigeria living in Niger, right? So we're trying to cover the continent, but definitely we cannot do it alone, and we will need all hands on deck. Thank you, Asante Sana.
Another round of applause. I'm just listening to Araba. I'm just thinking to myself, refugees are uniting Africa, you know. They really are. There's an opportunity there. It's a good thing. Right now, from the Mastercard Foundation, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Sylvia Kunkebe.
Hello, everyone. I'm very much aware that I'm taking the graveyard shift, so if you will please indulge me, can all of us just get up, stretch a bit,
About time.
so that I am sure that I am speaking to an audience that is awake. And just stretch to your left, to your right. If you haven't taken a selfie with the person you're sitting next to, this is your time. Your excuse could be that Sylvia says we should do so. All right? Okay, great. Are we awake? All right. Thank you. You may have your seats. It's an absolute pleasure to be here and to be able to share with you some of the insights, the learnings that I have come across in my work within the foundation. Now, Julie did tell you about the Mastercard Foundation, and she also did tell you about the Scholars Program. What she did not touch on was why we have the Scholars Program, and that's what I want to share with you before I delve into the work that we do with young people who are displaced. So our goal in the Scholars Program is to ignite the exceptional and exponential potential of young Africa by working with institutions, ecosystem actors like yourselves, and the scholars, the young people that we work with, to create the conditions that will enable young people to attain inclusive and relevant education, and that's what Araba and Ines have just shared with you, as well as to enable them to transition smoothly into dignified and fulfilling work and lead transformative lives. So for us in the Scholars Program, it doesn't end after your education. It's more than a scholarship. It's a transformative leadership program. And what that means is we care about our scholars' lives post the Scholars Program and their entry into dignified and fulfilling work. Now, coming into this work and being Ghanaian, and my only experience of refugees having been from, having a Sierra Leonean friend and a Liberian friend in my secondary school, my whole thinking about refugees was they obviously had to flee their countries to come to Ghana. They come to some of the best secondary schools, and they have, right? I have to queue for visa and all of that. So for me, they were privileged. It was until I started really engaging deeply with refugees that I realized I knew nothing. And my Ghana situation was really not the reality. What I have come to realize with the status quo that Araba, Ines have shared with you about refugees and the lack of movement, the restrictions of movement, the lack of opportunities, is the fact that in doing that, we also do influence the transition pathways for refugees and internally displaced persons. What do I mean? If a young person is only limited to movement within certain circles, that becomes their worldview. That becomes a perimeter around which they can dream, they can hope, and they can aspire. We've spoken a lot about, movement restrictions, which does get some refugees arrested just for coming out. Now, all of you sitting here are where you are today because of the networks you've created. Whether social networks, whether professional networks, these networks do matter. You do not create networks sitting in your homes. You create networks going out of your homes, going out of your schools, going out of your communities. Now, if I can't go out of my communities, what happens to my network? And what happens to my potential on the labor market? And the same goes for employment as well, right? What I've come to realize is that a lot of times when you're working with refugee youth, they would rather take jobs that don't require them to do a lot of moving around. These may be people who would love to travel for work, who would love to be in the field, right? But if that employment is not within the camp, they will hesitate to take those roles. So already their chances on the market are limited, their ability to dream is limited. Another thing that I found really interesting was the fact that in some countries, there are limits to which you can pay a refugee. So a refugee and non-refugee could be doing the same job, same role, everything is the same, but you can't pay a refugee beyond a certain amount. And that was really hard for me when I first came into contact with that fact, right? If all you can do is earn up to a certain amount, regardless of how much you work, how demotivating will that be for you? And we're thinking of young people finding employment, and we know the power of role modeling. We know the power of seeing a future that you can aspire to. If all our young people are seeing is someone like me who's tried their best to get the best of education and still can't move on, what are others going to aspire to? Now, this is not to say it's all dim, right? And I like the fact that we're here to find solutions. And so for me, what I would like to share with you in terms of why you should think of working with refugees. First of all, Sangu did mention this earlier, right? There's a lot of productivity that comes with having a diverse working, diverse staff. Beyond the productivity, there's actually also the diversity that internally displaced persons come with in terms of the diversity in language. A lot of times organizations are hindered with expansion because they do not speak the languages of the countries that they want to expand into. You have a population of young people that understand other cultures, speak the language, and can work with you on your expansion. We also usually do think of refugees as, people who've had to flee and have nothing in terms of possessions. And I think that thinking also sometimes goes to nothing in terms of their skills and the knowledge that they're coming with. But I think one thing we've all realized here today is that there is no lack of knowledge among our refugee populations. And you might actually find some of your best talent within refugee communities. But you won't find that talent using your traditional recruitment methods. We would have to try to look beyond competence, we'll try to look beyond qualifications, beyond the CV, to actually looking at competency. I was involved in an internship program 2 years ago, and we had to recruit local youth in Kakuma and Dadaab for roles because we couldn't find young Kenyans who wanted to relocate into Kakuma and Dadaab for work. And I remember receiving an email with the files of the CVs that the young people had submitted. And this was in 2021. And I remember CVs written on sheets of paper and cover letters written on sheets of paper. And I don't remember the last time I ever saw that. But this was 2021, and this is how people were applying for a job. You and I don't do that to apply for a job. And so if we need to reach refugees, we can't use our traditional recruitment methods. We will need to look beyond that. We will need to go into the community. We will need to understand their realities to be able to deal with them on that level. Now, a few reflections that I want to share with you, and also questions that I have found difficult to answer. And maybe we can all ponder over this over the next 2 days whilst we're here. So the first one is the fact that people really do not know what they do not know. We often assume that being an HR person, they know how to recruit. Being a young refugee, they know where to find information. Or being someone who works in education, you know how to deal with young people from different backgrounds. But if we've learned anything today from Musin's story today, where he shared, no, not Musin, but Dial, where he shared about, getting an admission as a refugee and not receiving a scholarship. And I used to work in admissions, and I know the process you go through when you're recruiting someone. You also have to figure out, will this person be able to afford the education? But for the fact that he was able to get an admission without any scholarship tells me the person that's really doing this has no clue where this person is coming from and what their needs should be. So we really don't have information. I've learned a lot from here today, and I wish that there would be a place where we can share this information, where we can find this information, where people will get to understand what they need to do in order to work with young people from displaced backgrounds. And it's the same for young people as well. We just spoke about the Mastercard Foundation Scholars Program. A lot of young people don't know about it. There is work to do in making sure that that information goes down to the people that need to hear it. We have also spoken today about support systems, and for me, Musin just captured all of that in his submission. What we forget is the support he had, the intangible, life around him, his family, his friends, tutors, and all of that. As employers and industry people, and as people who work within the ecosystem of getting young people to find work, it is not enough to provide an opportunity. It is not enough to onboard a young person who is a refugee. It's not enough to onboard them and pay them a good salary. You need to go beyond that to provide that support system. Otherwise, then you won't have the retention. And then we will tell the story of young people don't like to work. But sometimes it's because we have not supported them to really be efficient and to feel like they are valued in the organizations that they work in. And lastly is, how do we make sure that we tell our stories, our individual stories, our collective stories, our stories as organizations, our stories as advocates for young people with refugees, our stories as advocates for refugees, and even with the young people themselves, how are we supporting them to tell their stories? Because like I said, we do not know what we do not know. And we need to make it easy for those stories to be shared. And lastly, what I want to leave us with is, we do have a gold mine of talent, of resources with our refugees, in our internally displaced young people. And we need to figure out whether we will be persistent enough to strike until we find gold. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give another round of applause. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Sylvia. I want some people to come to the front a little bit. If I point at you, just come and sit in front. Sir, come and sit here, please. Yeah, come and sit here. Madam, please come and sit here. Come on, just move in front if you feel like sitting in front. Yeah, just come and sit in front if you feel like it. Let's have some people moving to the front a bit. Yeah. Madam, please. Mnyarwanda kazi. Here. Sister, come and sit in front here. Urakoze chane. Let's give a round of applause. Again, great to see members from different religious communities as part of this important engagement because of all the work they do to support displaced people. I really want you to come and sit here. This seat looks good on you. Okay? Excellent. What's your name? Oscar? Oscarine, where are you from? Okay, she works for an organization in Cameroon. Okay, now, I want to introduce you to an amazing human being, a great guy. His name is Jilo Tadicha. Jilo, please.
Thank you. Yeah, I think, good afternoon. I'm not going to tell you new things. I am going to repeat what several people said before me. But I think authentically I will put it in a different way that you maybe try to understand me. I'm a living example of those stories who are being told by different people here. So I wanted to address three things. All of them were addressed, and it is not new things. First of all, let's start with the employment. I have seen people talk about lack of employment, opportunities, maybe because of limitation by policies. Yes, I agree totally with everyone who said that word. But what I'm asking to all of you as a question, who have created those policies? Who are leading those organizations who have the policies? Does the policies become so important than the people? That's the question we have to address. I was told the only books or the only rules that cannot be amended is the holy books. And I'm not telling you to amend Bible or Quran, but I will tell you openly, honestly, you can amend your policy from the government perspective, from institution, higher education institution. You can amend your rules to accommodate us. And that is my message to all of you. Why do I say this? I was told education does have no age, but we have an age limit whereby preventing us to go to school. When I have money and walk to your university, I don't think you will be telling me you have an age limit. That is my perspective. I know maybe it is true, you can't accept me, but I am going to DESTA, MKU to learn. But today I do not have that chance. Not only me, 200,000 people whom we are living with were not having that chance. Today, as I stand here, around 1,800 students in Kakuma preparing for KCSE. Yes. But do they have any hopes? USIU, as she talked about the condition of education in the camp. It is true. A class of 40 people who are taught by one teacher, and then a class of 180 taught by the same one teacher. A student who are sleeping in school, reading for the exam, preparing for the exam for the last 4 years, and then a student who has only 4 hours per day to be in school, set for the same exam, and you expect them to perform the same way. And this is what we want to address. Unless we decide collectively, the students who are being in camp must get a favorable education at their disposal. There is no way you can avail 25,000 scholars from the camp. As she visited camp, USIU visited camp, but the problem is not they were not there. The students were there, but the condition cannot allow them to be in schools, in the universities. You are asking for B+ when they can't even score a C-. And my colleagues were here with me. They were here. They were bear witness. 95% of Kakuma students and Ordadab students score less than C-. How can we address that? How can you avail opportunities who are not, who doesn't have an opportunity, people who take that opportunity? And this is what we are feeling. And I don't blame also you only. I blame the society that I also live in. Someone talked about the part of contributing factor as a resettlement. How many people were resettled in the camp? Very few. We need to educate those parents the possibility of resettlement and comparing students to be resettled through education, which is very possible. But we cannot achieve with the mindset of our society, the assumption of the donors, the government policies must be addressed with honesty and holistically together. And this is what we address. Let's address also the other factor in education, the issue of unequal payment. A person went to the same university, learn the same way, come back and attend the same school to teach as a teachers, then they will receive a payment which is, the disparity insane, around 5 times bigger than this. A person who teach in secondary school in Kakuma was paid 8,800. They pay him 10,000, then deduct 1,200 for lunch, and then he get 8,800. And then you will tell me this person is confidently delivering this curriculum to those students. And this is not possible. They are not feeling the same way with other people. And this is what we address. Where is this money come from? Those who pay 10,000 and those who are paying 60,000, it is the same donors who are giving out this money. And you are part of the injustices. Because the money is coming from you. You can have a power to confront the government. No one died from tax. Refugees were ready to be taxed. No one. Money is not overdose. It won't kill us, and we are ready to pay that tax. Pay us taxes. And this is very clear. We want to address this. From today on, if you never knew, we are ready to be taxed and ready to be paid. If any refugee in this house who are representing different camps was saying we can't be taxed, I don't know. That person is not part of us. That is what I wanted to address. The solution. There's the obsession with grades. Overlooked the talents, the leadership skills those students have. And Nial is a witness. He was in the same school. The same school who have produced Nial were the same school who are, now we are lacking people to get a scholarship opportunity or to take up that opportunity. And this is where we start off. Our school was turned into a sacks of, like a farm who are producing a sacks of grades. So this is what we are thinking. The people who are wasted in that camp is a citizen of Ethiopia, Somalia, South Sudan, Sudanese. It is a citizen of this continent. And you will tell me the youth are the future leaders. Education is the key. Where are we going to get this education? We don't. So this is what we are addressing. The other thing is the government policies. And I want to say this. We are very grateful for the government of Kenya for the commitment that you have shown, the step you have taken, but I am calling upon you for now the real implementation. We are not lacking policies. We don't need even another policies. Implement what we have. Implement what we have to solve all this problem. So this is what I'm calling for. Let us have the implementation of the policy we have. Let us work together. Someone said 50 students were lacking the travel document. 50 students means almost, for me, another 50 families, not just a one person. Can we have an inter-university connection? Like, for example, if someone was admitted to LU, failed to get the document, can you transfer that person to USIU? If he's in Kenya. Can we do those things, small things? I know you are always tell me the rules is, I already told you the rules can be amended if we agreed all. As I said, I had the Gazette notices out, and I want to ask especially the service providers from Kenya, and I am going to maybe say this. I start with Safaricom. I was asked to produce a statement, back statement, at the embassy. I didn't have the statement to produce, not because I do not have a statement. The bank, the M-Pesa registered is not my name. And this is what I'm telling you. Take the action, let us try. Can I leave this place when I reach Nairobi to change my M-Pesa to my name so that I become the real owners of those what I have. And this is my appeal and call for action. And thank you.
Hold on a second. You know, when you came up, people made a lot of noise and I wondered why. Now I have an idea. Let's give him a round of applause. He raises important issues, and the one that I really want to see if we can clock any mileage on is you say the issue of recruitment at university level. Just address that one more time. What exactly are you saying? Briefly.
What I'm saying is majority of students from refugee camp does not have the criteria they have, the age limit, the grade requirement. Let them come up with the pathways to help the majority to access that education. The other things I wanted to say, fund those universities who are offering online in terms of gadgets, internet. Commit yourself if you want an education to reach so many of those things, people who are there.
Okay.
And this is what I'm calling for.
Mr. Gillo, let's give him a round of applause. I want to start with Ines. His problem was that there are not enough students taking up the opportunities. What are you saying to that?
Yeah, what I'm saying is that I understand your problem is not you at a personal level, the rigid rules and regulation our societies, especially the higher institution, have. Can we sit down together, not with me, but with your bosses, the government, who are setting that system?
He's taking himself out of the equation.
So that is my...
Yeah, so, and I think this is something that needs to be addressed. You can't treat them in the same, you can't have the same expectations of students who are in a camp and students who are spending, please do your thing. Yes. What's your explanation? You don't have students, you need those quarters filled, and they're saying that, come on, be a little bit more flexible.
Yeah, thank you very much, and just want to clarify, thank you so much. You know, this means a lot even to us. Just to mention that at USIU, we admit the basic minimum requirement.
What is that?
That is a C+. We don't go for A.
95% according to him. I'm not sure what is.
So that's the first one. The second one is that we say
but just address, are you flexible about that?
We are flexible, and the flexibility comes that even if you have a C and a C-, and then you have a diploma, then we admit you, because those are government minimum entry requirements.
Yeah.
You know, which again, those are accrediting bodies. There's absolutely nothing we can do about that, but we continue to advocate. So we go the very bare minimum.
When you say you continue to advocate, does that mean there's an ongoing discussion about the possibility of making the changes that he's talking about?
Yes, there's ongoing conversations, and the other thing that is mentioned that we are addressing, you know, is also around the age restriction. So we are removing that barrier, you know, and moving it from 29 to at least 35.
Okay, great.
You know, just to see how many more we can get. But again, he talks about inter-university connections in terms of your recruiting. As a result of travel document, what can we do? We are also moving into online to see that, because we are accredited by the US, so we have general education. So if you've been admitted for scholarship, can we have you enroll into the academic program from your country, you know, as we pursue the documentation so that you don't miss out?
Okay. I still want to understand how that would work, but the organizers are looking at me with screens. I'm going to ignore them for a few seconds because of the time factor. But how would that work? How would it make it easier for refugees to come and attend?
So what we are addressing is that, can they not have a time lag? Because you see now what happens right now is we've admitted, like we have 50 scholars we've taken, but cannot travel because of travel documentation from the respective countries.
So that the online option?
So the online option is just temporary, you know, while we are pursuing the documentation. Once we get the documentation, then we fly them to have the face-to-face.
Please, briefly, if you, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
But go on.
Ashesi University also tries to be very flexible in terms of the entry requirements. Typically, we would take the A's and the B's, but with the refugees, we go down to the C's. But then beyond just the C's, once they come in, we have these wraparound services, academic advising, counseling, psychosocial support to make sure they don't continue to lag behind. Because you'll be in a class with other students who came in as A students or B students. So it's important that even as we do the affirmative action, we continue beyond that, that when they come in, those wraparound services that would shore them up are made available to them.
But you both agree that there's room for improvement?
Definitely.
And Ines, one last question. Those students you showed us, what did they come in with? Did they come in with A's, the refugee students?
No, they did not come in with A's, and because of the opportunities, they are top students. So
Okay.
they did not come in with A's, and they are top students.
Let's give the universities a round of applause. And let's give Mr. Gillo a round of applause as well. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Next, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to invite the Executive Secretary of the Ghana Refugee Board, Tete Paddy, to speak. Thank you very much, sir. And on top of that, Justin A. Awor, Deputy Commissioner, Department of Refugee Services, and I'm assuming this is from Kenya? Yes. I think, just to start with, let's give, first of all, Ghana a round of applause for being the spirit of Akwaba. And the environment and creating an enabling environment, that's the discussion that you're going to have. Do you want to go first, sir?
Yes, sure, thank you. So our focus at the Ghana Refugee Board is to create conditions that give access to refugees, access to social services. And I'm talking education, I'm talking health, basically all social services at the same levels that are available to Ghanaians. And so yesterday I mentioned that refugees have access to free basic education that has existed for a long time, but more recently we've had access to a secondary level education, that's senior high school, being made free for Ghanaians. The Ghana Refugee Board advocated strongly for refugees to be included in the free senior high school program. And I'm happy to say that that was accepted. And so as far as I know, refugees are the only group of foreigners who have access to free senior high school. We also advocate at tertiary level for refugees to pay local fees for local students. What that means is that for those who are on scholarship, and I can refer to the Duffy Scholarship for instance, we are able to stretch the amount of funding that's available to cover a lot more people than it would if they were paying fees for foreigners. So those are some of the advocacies based on our principle of making sure that refugees have access to services at the same levels that local or Ghanaians have.
Okay. Can I go? Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. As you have been told, I'm Jason Awor from Department for Refugee Services, Kenya. Now, just a brief history. Kenya is currently hosting like over 800,000 refugees. Most of them are from the region. From the region, I mean DRC Congo, Rwanda, Burundi, Somalia, South Sudan, Ethiopia, Eritrea, and a few from Uganda. So basically, in the region, we are the producers and consumers of refugees. We have been working on a policy of encampment all along, but since 2018, with the New York Declaration on CRRF, the government has thought it wise to change. So right now, we are developing a new policy on refugee management. Initially, we were calling it a Marshall Plan, but we have domesticated it, and it is called, we call it Shirika Plan. Now, this is a policy that is going to open space for refugees. It has 6 pillars. Among them are education, health, social protection, security, and inclusion. And so, at home, this was informed by the fact that these refugees are from the region. And from the region, we talk of East African Community and IGAD. And in the East African Community, there's a protocol which is allowing citizens of member states to come to Kenya and live freely. And so the argument was that why would a Burundian be in the camp when they can as well on this other side enjoy the East African protocol? So these are the things the Shirika Plan is going to address so that they will choose. If you want to be in the camp as a refugee to continue getting these other services, fine. If you want to enjoy the free East African protocol, well and good for you. So that is how far the Kenyan government has come. Just yesterday, we gazetted refugee documents, which has now opened a big space for them to engage in businesses. Earlier on, there was a problem with the refugee ID card because our Finance Act stipulating which documents you can use to like open an account or register a telephone line. The Act talks of, for a Kenyan, a passport or an ID card. Then for aliens, it talks of alien card. It does not expressly talk of refugee card. And so when refugees go to open bank accounts and the service providers check, and this card is not included, it has been giving them problems. And so with the gazettement now, to me, it is like 80% of refugee problems in Kenya have been sorted out. Because they will, as Gilo was saying, he will register his line in his name, and M-Pesa will be in his name. He will open a bank account in his name. He can now apply and register for driving course online, because right now the government of Kenya is most of the services are online. So it was difficult for them, but it has come at a good time. Now, 80% of the problems have been sorted out.
And this is effective immediately?
Yes.
Now?
The Gazette notice is dated September, so it is effective. Once it is out, it is effective.
So when Gilo goes back, he'll be able to do all that?
He will.
Let's give Kenya a round of applause for that.
Right. Yeah. So similarly on documentation, in the past, we had, for refugees to open bank accounts, for instance, they needed to have a passport, which we all know many refugees don't have. So what we did was that we assisted them to open the bank accounts by giving them attestation that the bank took as a form of ID and opened the bank accounts for them. But in more recently, since about a year ago, it became mandatory for all persons who wanted to transact to carry out financial transactions to have what we refer to as the Ghana card, which is a biometric ID card that has been introduced. So that clearly put refugees at a disadvantage. What we then did was to engage the National Identification Authority to issue the Ghana card to refugees. The law already provided that all foreigners living in Ghana for more than 3 months must be issued with a card. And so refugees qualified to be issued. The challenge was a cost, which was about $120. We negotiated with the NIA, who, by the way, are working with a private partner, and I think it's important that I mention this. The private partner, the Management Information Systems, also agreed to sacrifice a portion of the money that went to them, or that goes to them. And so that's very much in spirit of what we're doing here today. So MIS then agreed to, together with the NIA, to reduce the $120 to $15, which is being paid for by UNHCR. So far, we have issued to slightly south of 700 of these cards. There was a challenge with the NIA, but we're resuming, and all refugees will be issued with the card, which gives them access to everything that they need to do. And indeed, the Ghana card is a requirement to carry out many activities in Ghana. So we clearly have made sure that refugees are included when it comes to documentation.
Maybe also just to add, currently the government of Kenya is planning to issue what we call back at home third generation ID, which is digital. And as Department for Refugee Services, we have talked to the secretary, and he has agreed that even refugees will be taken on board. So refugees will also have the third generation ID, which is digital, just like any other Kenyan.
Excellent.
Then there was issue on financial inclusion. Now, you will all agree with me that governments are sometimes limited because even their own citizens are not getting some of these services. But at the Department for Refugee Services, what we have done is that all the organizations, NGOs that have come to us to support refugees, we have always registered them. In particular, there is one called Give Direct. They have come to us. Then we help them to identify vulnerable urban refugees, and they give them cash direct for businesses. They train them, then they take them through the process to see if they can manage and stand on their own. And there are quite a number of them which have come, and refugees have also organized themselves in CBOs. So they come, they go to Department for Labor, they are registered, they come to us, we give them verifications, and after that, these NGOs come to help them just to make them start life. So all these are attempts by the government to ensure that refugees are included and they are made self-reliant.
Okay.
Yes.
And I just wonder, and this is a question for both of you, that when you're formulating these policies, what's the process of doing that? Does Justin Awor and his friends, who have never probably been refugees, just sit somewhere and come up with a policy? Or do you involve refugees in the formulation of policy?
That's a very, very good question. In fact, in Kenya, we involve them extensively. 2 examples. From March this year, we were developing regulations. We have a new act, Refugee Act 2021, which repealed the earlier one of 2006. And we did a lot of stakeholder engagements. We consulted refugees, NGOs, refugee-led organizations, government, all departments were taken on board, and their views were captured. In fact, it is a requirement. If you take it to Parliament without a report on stakeholder engagement, it won't pass. So it is a legal requirement that we have to do. Secondly, when we were working on the Shirika plan, we have done extensive stakeholder engagement, and all stakeholders, refugees included, at various levels, have been taken into account.
Okay, what about you in Ghana, sir?
So similarly, it is a requirement when you are getting legislation passed to engage stakeholders. And we always get the input of refugees. There's constant engagements with refugees. Our refugees are organized into welfare associations or welfare groups. So within the camps, they have refugee welfare committees. Outside camps, and 50% by the way of our refugees live outside refugee camps. We don't restrict refugees to camps. And they also live in areas, all the areas have been zoned. And so information, requests, ideas are picked up from the zones through their leaders, and that is fed to us in formulating policy. And we are in the process of also working on a new refugee law to replace the one that has existed since 1992.
Okay, let's give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Before you leave, Mr. Ward, do you have any question for Mr. Paddy at all? Mr. Paddy, a question for Mr. Ward? Compare notes? No? No? Or are you fine? Are you friends? Do you discuss this?
I think he has addressed the questions I had for him.
Okay, what about you, sir?
Yes, I also have a question based on a comments that we've all heard from here.
Yeah.
We issue refugee travel documents, convention travel documents, and it's very easy for refugees to obtain the convention travel document. It's the responsibility of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs through the Passport Office to issue travel documents. What we did was advocate with the ministry, with the Passport Office, to have those CTDs issued on the premises of the Ghana Refugee Board. This was to make it easy for refugees to have access. Otherwise, it gets mixed up in all the challenges that are associated with obtaining a national passport. And so refugees can tell you that within a week, maximum 2 days sometimes, if it's really urgent, within a day, they can obtain the CTD. How easy is it for refugees to obtain the convention travel document in Kenya?
Thank you, that's a good question. It is equally easier in Kenya to get a refugee CTD. The CTDs are paid for by UNHCR, but kept and printed by Department for Immigration, which is State Department for Immigration and Citizen Services, handled by Department for Refugee Services. So whenever a refugee applies for a CTD, depending on the reasons and durations, they will get them. The problem sometimes comes because most refugees think that when you have a CTD, then you don't need a movement pass. So sometimes they come and they are not traveling out of the country. CTD is just meant for refugees who are moving out of the country. It is a passport. It is not a movement pass to move from one town to another.
But hold on a second, sir. Hold on.
Yes.
Saying that they're not allowed to move from town to town and...
Not with a CTD, not with a CTD.
They need a special pass?
Movement pass, simple, yeah.
Is this common? Is this the case in Ghana?
Sorry. Refugees don't have any movement restrictions at all in Ghana. Refugees can move anywhere they want to.
Why, again, it's government policy, I shouldn't be putting you on the spot, but why is there a need to restrict their movement?
Yes, for security reasons. One, we have two camps, Kakuma and Dadaab. Dadaab is only 50 kilometers from Somali, the other side, and you know the problems in Somaliland. And so, for security reasons and check, and for us to follow where they are at any given moment in time, it is not restrictive, but just to ensure that we know where they are at any moment in time. Whenever they come for movement passes, they are not denied. Students come from Kakuma, study in Nairobi, go back. Students come from Dadaab, study and go back. People come for medication. It is not restricted.
Right.
Yes.
Gillo wants to say something. I don't know if it's a good idea. Okay. Yeah, just ask.
Only one question.
Just ask.
So my question is about the asylum.
Here, use mine.
Yeah. I'm asking about asylum seekers, especially in terms of student. We have a student who received a scholarship, admission to the universities, but they are asylum seekers. And you know, I don't know whether you are the new one or the old person there. You have to tell me if it is wrong. You can correct me. The process of determining, getting the status determination for refugee take almost 7 years. But in your booklet, which I was given 2013, when we are relocated from Nairobi, it says 90 days. So my question is, do we have an exceptional way of helping these students who are acquired the admission to the university so that they can get...
Is it one student you're talking about?
They were not once, they several times that is happening.
Okay. These students, yeah.
Yes, Gilo, you are right. We have a backlog in RSD. That is the process we use to determine whether somebody qualifies to be a refugee in Kenya or not. But for students who have attained admission at the university, when they come, we write them letters stating why there is delay, and then we fast track their processes. They will always jump the queue and get whatever they want.
Okay, and how does it work in Ghana?
Let me just say that I sympathize with, or I understand the position of Kenya, because in some refugee situations, you find a strong security, very serious security risks associated with the whole situation. And so it's important that you keep tabs on people, movement of people and so on. But I still think that it can be made easier for refugees to move around.
The Shirika plan we are talking about is going to erase all those and everything will be okay. I can assure you for that.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a round of applause. We have all learned a lot of important stuff from you two gentlemen, Juston K. Awor and Tete Padi, Mr. Awor, of course, from the Department of Refugee Services in Kenya, and Tete Padi from Ghana Refugee Board. Let's give him another round.
Thank you.
Isaac Kwaku from Amahoro Coalition, please.
Can I have my co-conveners up here with me real quick? This took 2 minutes. So, great day, great conversations. I hope people feeling good energy. We're good, we're happy. Excited. Yeah, we had enough for the day. First of all, we apologize profusely that we're running late, but these were very, very important conversations. We've heard from policymakers, we've had a lot of testimonials, a lot of stories, a lot of concrete conversations. Thank you so much for spending today with us. Now we're going to turn gears a little bit. What are we doing tonight, Nancy?
We're going dancing, but we're making pledges first before we do that.
Oh, you have a mic.
We are going to hear from some incredible people tonight. We are going to eat some delicious food, and we are going to dance to phenomenal music from several big artists, including Salif Keita.
Oh.
Chubaba. Sarkodie. And who's the last one?
Kim Promise.
Kim Promise.
Now, at this point, can everyone just stand up for a second? There you go. We're starting now.
Let's go.
Why are you not dancing?
I don't care. I don't care. They are Terminator. So what?
Dance with the crowd.
All right, let's go. All right. All right. So now that's a taste of tonight. We're going to have amazing conversations, more of this. We're going to hear from 3 brilliant people this evening. We're going to get some pledges. We're going to pledge. We're going to eat. We're going to dance. We're going to have fun. Why? Because connections matter. All these things matter. When you break bread with someone, when you dance with someone, when you have a good time with someone, you start building trust. You start getting to know the person beyond policy and impact and whatever. And those things also matter. So tomorrow morning, we're starting early in the morning with the finance session. The buses leave at 6 p.m. from the Kempinski and wherever else to Grand Arena. Please don't be late. It's going to be a long night. 900 hours tomorrow, we're going to be in here.
The buses are leaving where, when?
6 p.m.
Tonight?
Tonight.
6 p.m.?
6 p.m. tonight from the hotels. Okay. Just like last night.
All right, let's give Isaac a round of applause.
Sorry, one last thing. Sorry.
The buses are now ready to take you back to your hotel so you can look fly and beautiful for the evening. At 6 o'clock, they will then take you to the Grand Arena for the evening for a lovely night.
Okay.
And tomorrow morning, we'll meet back here at 9 a.m. sharp to start
Okay, hold
the
on
session.
before you leave. I need volunteers to be my assistant MCs tomorrow. Who's going to be volunteering? 2 ladies, please. Who? Yeah, come. Who else? Who? 2 ladies. I'm looking for 1 more lady. Are you going to be an MC tomorrow? I want an MC tomorrow. You can help. What's your name? Shamima. Okay. All right, listen. Tomorrow I'll have 2 assistants, and you can join in as well. We'll have young people to help me with the emceeing. Okay, thank you very much to each one of you, and we shall speak again tomorrow. Have a fantastic evening. How are you?
life, if you understand me or not. Misunderstand me or not, me, I'm okay. I'm okay. And if you think I'm wrong or not, long as it's what I want, me, I'm okay. I'm okay. Cause who are you to judge me like say you be holy past? I did love my life, get my peace of mind, I did try survive. We all be sinners, my body, nobody holy past. And my happiness comes first, I never come life to stress, yeah. Nah, I be like Terminator, I did deliver, I pass it doctor. Nah, I be like Terminator, I did deliver, I pass it doctor. Nah, I be like Terminator, I did deliver, I pass it doctor. Nah, I be like Terminator, I did deliver, I pass it doctor. Care for stunting, I only care for money. I never care for perfect, as long as I'm happy. See me, I know for sure they know me. Young boy, but I know G. 6 years, no be small thing. And since I entered the game, fatality. Yeah. The troubled days, sleepless nights, things I see inside life. I do catch a little things I see. Don't they live to impress nobody. They doubt my thing.